Get in your bucket, Reggie. Good boy. Hello, friends. Hello. Good kitty. Hi, guys. Un momento, por favor. You didn't know I was bilingual, did you? Yeah, not really. I have like vacation Spanish. That's what I call it. Vacation Spanish. And I know how to say no, I don't speak in German. And I know how to say that in French too. In fact, I had to use that the other day. No sprechen Sie Deutsch is German. And then, oh my gosh, it totally just went out of my head. Je ne parle français. Anyhow. Happy Saturday. Okay, come on. Sorry, I'm in the wrong spot. I'm just looking in my, okay. Just looking. Here we go. There we are. Just looking so I can make sure to see what you guys are saying. And hello. Well, that got us out of the waiting the first couple of minutes, didn't it? Hello, friends. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Nice to see you. I see lots of fun people in the chat. So we'll jump to the chat in just a second. Make sure that I don't have, okay, I had to make sure I didn't have volume on. Anyhow, welcome, friends, welcome. If you are new here, welcome to you. My name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. That's kind of an easy one to remember. When I am not traveling, generally we're here on Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So usually the Thursday before, so in this case, 2 days ago, I publish a number of different topics that we list about. When I call it creative listing, it's because we're playing with stickers and stamps and paper and washi and die cuts and all the things. So we have a lot of fun here on Saturdays. We've been doing it more than 4 years now, kind of started right at the beginning of the pandemic, and here we are. Because I have so much fun when we're together. This is really the only time where not the only time, I'm getting a little bit better. One of the only times, how about that? Where I am creating just to create, just to play and have fun. And we have a lot of fun here on Saturdays. So whether you are listing with us or you're just hanging out or you're working or you're cleaning, working on a different type of project, welcome to you. If you are watching live, there is a live chat that takes place here. I can see it over here. There's a live chat that takes place. And if you want to pop in and say hello, I would love it if you would pop in and say hi. So I see it on the right-hand side of my screen, but depending on what you're watching on, and if you have the window expanded 100% or what have you, you may see it in different places. So love it when you pop in and say hello. Some of you have been long timers. And I love that. And some of you are brand new, which I love just as well. So if you're here, let us know that you're here. Say hi. Let us know where you're from. If you want to let us know where you're from, whatever you'd like to share. It's always fun to have the chit chat happening in the chat. And I always ask, if you are brand new, or if you are a longtime listener, first time caller, you know what I mean there, I would love it if you'd pop in and just say hi. Because I know some of you are here a lot, and you like to just kind of lurk in the background, which you know is totally okay, but it's always fun to know that you're here. Maybe like Big Cheryl, if you're here, say hi. Anyhow, sorry about that. If you are watching the replay, welcome to you as well. Always fun to have you on the replay. And I always say, if you didn't know it wasn't live, then, well, you wouldn't know, right? It's kind of like, is it live or is it Memorex thing back from the Memorex cassette tapes back in, I don't know, back in my day, back in the 80s or 70s or whatever it was. So anyhow, welcome, friends. So before we dig in, I'm going to just check out the chat and see who's here, and then we'll get started, okay? Nita, I see you right at the very top of the chat. Nita, I don't know if you saw it, but I drew prizes this morning right before we started, and always have prizes, so we'll talk about prizes in a minute. But Nita, you were one of the prize winners, so congratulations. Good morning, Nita from Florida, Sarah from San Jose, Tracy from Iowa, Lisa, good morning, 111 Renee's from sunny Nashville. Hello, Terry, Colorado. Good morning, Crafty. Ms. L, good morning, Marilee. Marilee's just relishing in, what is it now? Your first week of summer break. Marilee's a teacher, and so Yes, she's enjoying summer break. And I don't know, I haven't been able to scroll down enough yet, but Pam Solms, if you are here, pop in and say hello. Pam just celebrated a huge accomplishment yesterday. She retired yesterday, which, Pam, that just makes me so happy for you. I can't even tell you. And I'm sure it's a little bit bittersweet, but congratulations, friend. I love that. Dee, good morning, Dee. Dee said, hi, Lael, long time no see. Well, nice to see you, Dee. Terry said, oh, Terry, pink eye and bronchitis. Miserable, but getting better. Good, silver lining, right? Miserable, but getting better. And a great excuse to do nothing but watch and craft today. There you go, silver lining, right? If we look hard enough, we can always find a silver lining. Even if your eye hurts, look through the other eye. Good morning, Cindy. Hi, Diane. Wanda, good morning from Tennessee. Dee is in Sarasota, Florida. Dee, oh my goodness, I've never been so hot in my life than when I was in Sarasota, Florida. Maybe like 5 years ago. And it was raining and it was humid and hot. And oh my goodness, this like girl that has never lived in humidity in her life didn't even know what to do. But you live in a beautiful spot, especially when it's wintertime, right? Especially when it's winter. Oh, good. Terry is swatching inks today. I love that. That's always a great project, right? And Terry reminded us, and I know a couple of you reminded, thumbs up, please. So if you're here and you're watching live, or if you're watching the replay, thumbs up. That is the easiest way that you can support any kind of content creator that you are watching or following or whatever it may be. So thumbs up is easy. And then I saw Pam. Good morning, Pam. Good morning. Congratulations. Good morning, Dawn from Kentucky. Nancy from Boulder City, Nevada. Good morning, Martine. It's later for you. Later for you in the Netherlands. You're coming to the States soon, right? I know we have an order waiting for you for when you come. So I just don't remember offhand when it is, but I think you're coming soon. Tabitha! Oh my goodness, Tabitha, I'm so excited for you and Adeline. So Tabitha just popped in the chat. She said hello from London. They are visiting London, and after some time of not feeling well, she shared that with us, I think Wednesday night on the What's New Wednesday. They are at the Taylor Swift concert waiting for it to start. That's so exciting. Tabitha, in the next couple of days, will you pop a couple photos in the Facebook group? I would love to see it. I'd love to see you guys. I'd love to see how Adeline or friend are dressed up, because I'm sure they are. It would just be really fun to see, and I hope you guys have an amazing time. Like what an experience for you guys. I love that. I love it, love it, love it. Louisa, hello. Louisa's on the road, but she'll listen for a bit. Yep. Hi, Paige from Oregon. Shannon, good morning. Good afternoon for Shannon. Sarah, a little slow this morning. Good morning from West LA. Yeah, sometimes a little slow, right? Hi, Cindy. Tiu, nice to see you, Tiu. Fiona, good morning. Deborah from Minnesota. Wanda said, I would watch replay, but she likes to chat. I know, the chat's the fun. Well, it's all the fun part, but this is one of the things that I enjoy the most, part of our listing. And in fact, one of the lists that we did when we were together 2 weeks ago, one of the things on my list about why I like to list is this, kind of this fun social interaction. And it's something that prior to the pandemic, we all would have been like, what? I don't socialize with someone live on YouTube. But now it's just what we do, right? So it's one of the best things that came out of the pandemic, in my opinion, for me. Hi, Lisa. Kathy from Southern California. Shirley, big Cheryl. Yay, thank you, Cheryl. I'm so glad that you popped in to say hello. Cheryl is here quite often, but does not pop in to chat very often, so thank you for that. You made my day, Cheryl. You made my day. Pam, okay, so Pam let us know after 35 years of education. I knew that, but I didn't necessarily want to share that because that's Pam's business, but congratulations, that's just so cool. And I shared a couple weeks ago that Pam and I had the opportunity to meet in person. She was in town and reached out and said, hey, do you want to meet for coffee? And I said, oh my goodness, yes. And we had a wonderful visit. So if you're ever in town, don't hesitate. Please reach out and say, hey, are you free? Are you available? Do you want to visit? And I'd say, yes, if I am, for sure. For sure. Dee, you're in Roatan. You were in Roatan, Honduras last week. They've got humidity I've never felt before, I'm sure. And Dee, if you're from Florida, for you to say that Humidity you've never felt before. I can't even imagine. I would probably like melt and wilt on the sidewalk and you wouldn't even know I was there anymore. Good afternoon, Patricia. September. Okay, Martine, September. Gotcha. I know that's written down, but I just couldn't remember. TU said her girlfriend was at last night's show in London. TU is it London? Well, yeah, that would have to be because it's not like she was in Canada. The blonde hair sometimes gets in the way. Yes, Taylor Swift would have had to have been in London for last night's show because there's no way that whatever. It's okay. It's okay. Hi, Kristen's Crafts. Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. You and Miss Penny. All right, friends. Okay, I think we are. I'm all caught up in the chat. So let's do this. Let's talk about a couple things. Let's talk about giveaways. Every time that we're together, I always do giveaways. I just like to share, and it's a fun way for me to share. So the way you participate in the giveaways, I ask you to leave a comment on the video when the video is over. So not in the chat, comment on the video when it's over. That way all the after party folks, I call the people that watch the replay the after party folks, anyone has an opportunity to participate in the giveaways. So you leave a comment on the video when it's over. And the next time that we are together, so for example, we were listing 2 weeks ago. So this morning, I went through all the comments. I don't go through all the comments. I see them as they come in and try to respond when I can. But I sort them and I just scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that person wins. So we had two giveaways, 2 winners. The first one was Nita Man. Nita. This is your prize. It is the This Is Me 6x8 stamp set. So we used this stamp set. Well, not this one. I used mine. This is a brand new one. But we used this stamp set in one of our lists last week. So we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at our list from last week in a minute when we are kind of flip the camera. So congratulations, Nita. I just call you Nita. I should probably enunciate Nita. Then it sounds funny, huh? It's like saying button or button. Button, enunciate. I'm very focused on that because here in Utah, we like to drop the T's on a lot of things. No, Layton. Yeah, we do. Layton, Brighton, Ogden. Not Ogden. There's no T in Ogden. Anyhow, we do that often. So I try to, whatever. There's a lot of squirreling happening if you haven't guessed that today, friends. But that's okay. It's just whatever comes in. Generally, whatever comes in, the brain usually just comes out. It can't help it. All right, 2 giveaways. The second giveaway. Ooh, this was a big one. My brand new This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. So everything you need to put the project together, color step-by-step instructions, along with the video, the class where I put mine together with you. We do it together. And the winner of that, Lori Darden 6259. So congratulations, Nita and Lori. I replied to your comments, and you just need to shoot me an email with what you want in the subject line and your name and address, and we'll get your prizes shipped off. So we have a couple of different giveaways as well today, so don't be sad if you weren't one of the giveaway winners. All right, friends, let's see. Hi, Dandy, nice to see you. It has been a while, Dandy. Now that I think about it, it has been a while. 111 Renee says dropping the T drives me crazy. Yeah. All right. Oh, I love it. Terry said, Lael, Colleen won't be here today, but she reached out and asked me to remind you to plug your phone in. That's so sweet. So thank you, Colleen, even though you're not here. And thank you, Terry, for relaying that. I've started, I'll explain in a minute. Let's go ahead and flip the camera. I need to turn off lights, turn on lights, flip the camera, and then we will get rolling. Okay, here we go. Rotate. And action. Not really action. Well, I guess action, although the action's been going for a while. Oh, okay. Hang on. Ooh, sorry about that. Let's get these adjusted. I was having so much fun last night, I can't even tell you. So Nick was out of town Thursday and Friday, and he was in Arizona. Oh, let's do it right now. So I've started to leave the cord like right here so that I can always see it. I try to remember to do that because since I film from my phone, If I'm not plugged into power, we're usually here about 3 hours or more. And so if we're not plugged into power and the power, is done, then I lose you guys. And then it's kind of all over but the crying. Oh yes, I know. So Nick was out of town. He was in Arizona. Now, he was in, I don't know, somewhere that was a little bit higher elevation, so it wasn't quite as hot as Phoenix. If you didn't see the news yesterday, Phoenix topped its all-time heat record of 117 degrees. So anyhow, Nick was out of town. Nick got up this morning in Phoenix at 4 for a 6 a.m. flight. So he just barely got home. I'm pretty sure he went to bed. So we may not hear or see him for a while. I don't know. He may pop in. He may already be asleep. Anyhow, so he was out of town. So last night at about 9:30, I got a wild hair that I wanted to do a little bit of reorganizing in my craft room. And I just had so much fun. I had music on really loud. Reggie the cat was in here keeping me company. And sometimes things like that, you just need to turn up the music loud and, get busy. And the get busy for me was I love to organize. I love to organize and reorganize. And it just was so much fun. And I need to come up with another way to say this. Because when I say this does not sound like me at all. It's not something I would say, but it totally makes sense. Like it filled my cup, right? It filled my cup. So if you know of another way to say that, kind of get to get that same point across, let me know, because I need something that sounds like what I would say, and filled my cup, isn't it? But when I say it filled my cup, you know what I mean, right? It filled my cup. So I had so much fun. Nancy said it's nice when you can just jam by yourself. And so what I was listening to, if you are interested, I'm a little bit of a country music fan. And I saw on Instagram on someone's stories yesterday, Retro Hip Mama. On her story, she said, "I'm so excited. The Tom Petty country, hold on, because I wrote it down. The Tom Petty Country Stars Tribute. Anyhow, there's a new album out. If you like Tom Petty, and if you like country, maybe 20 different country artists singing Tom Petty songs. I played that over and over and over again yesterday, and I sang out loud. All right, friends. So Wanda said she saw Reggie's Instagram last night. So cute. Yes. So Reggie was certainly having fun and keeping himself entertained in here while I was playing, playing, whatever you call it. Okay, friends. So let's dive in. It filled my TN. There you go, Kristen. That's funny. It filled my TN. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a good one. Okay, so let's start out by taking a look at the 3 lists that we did when we were together last 2 weeks ago. So we were last together on the 8th, and we had 4 lists. Wait, 4, 3, 4? Hang on. Let me just check out my notes. We did have, hold on. Didn't we have 4 lists, but did I start a new one? I think I started a new one. Hold on. Okay, hang on. Oh, I finished one. Okay, we finished one. That was it. So, the list that we finished from the prior time we were together was this guy. So this list, I always call it, oh my goodness, what a day, what a day. It's a list that we do on a monthly basis using the What a Day stamp set. I need to grab the fan because it's all of a sudden it got very warm in here. So let me grab the fan and just plug that in. I forgot to do that before we started. I got a little flustered before we started because I was printing photos. And of course, the second photo, as I was trying to print it, the printer decided it needed to have its ink cartridge replaced. And you're like, are you serious? Are you serious? Couldn't you just print that one photo for me? So, there we go. Fan is set now. Back to our first list from 2 weeks ago. What a day. So with this type of list, we're basically just picking a day each month, doesn't matter what day it is, and I just make a list of whatever I did that day. Some days are really boring, some days are busier than others, and I don't pick a day to record based on it being busy or not busy, or maybe unusual or routine or what have you. I just pick a day and write what I did. So when we had first done this list, when we first started it, it was a single page list. And I had someone reach out and say, hey, when we do the what a day list, or the today looks like this list, usually they're single pages. Could we do one that is double paged? So could you give us some ideas on what we could do if we'd like to have a 2-page list for what a day instead of a single page list? So maybe a month ago, we did the first page, and then 2 weeks ago, we did the second page. So for the second page, I took what extra we had. So this background paper started out as a 6x8. I trimmed it down, as I always do, to 4 3/4 by 8. And then that extra, sometimes it's fun to save that extra piece because then it's really easy kind of transition to the second page of your spread. So that's what I did. And then I used the paper from this list is from the Simple Stories Summer Snapshots collection. I pulled in a couple of stickers, this guy and that, from that same collection, and then used some new alphabet stickers. And I think I'm going to end up using these again today on one of my lists. So this giant sticker book from Paper House, these you'll find on my website at lailbymail.com, but I used the green letters from that sticker book. So you've got all the colors, 30 sheets. And I just did a really short little quote. It's not even really a quote, but you've probably heard people say, today is a good day to have a good day, right? Any day is a good day to have a good day. Every day is a good day to have a good day, right? But thought that was just kind of a super easy way to add a second page to what in most cases is a single page list. So we talked about putting a quote here, putting a photo here, or multiple photos. Maybe you did lots more things in one day, so you could continue your list over here or what have you. All right, so that was, we kind of finished that list. That was what we started out with. Okay, next list. We did a This Is Me list. I ended up working on this a little bit more after we were together. So this is me. This is a list that we started doing in 2023, so last year, and kind of revolves around the This Is Me stamp set. So this was a stamp set that Nita won that I did a giveaway for from last week. But basically, the whole idea is to, on an annual basis, just do a list about you. So it could be, I think the first time I did it, the first time I did the list, it was kind of more vital statistics. Now, it didn't have weight in there because, I'm not doing that. But let me just pull, here we go. So this is what the list looked like when I did it to 2023, when I was 54. So what I had decided to do when I did my list for this year was to basically follow the same format. And I thought that might be kind of fun to do that exact same format every year from year to year, just because then it makes it easy and there's kind of some consistency from list to list. So here we go. Following that same format. Terry, thank you. Terry said she loves this layout. Wanda said that is so beautiful. Thank you. Well, I don't know. You could be talking about the what a day. Anyhow, I will just say thank you regardless of what you're talking about. So with this collection, I used the Simple Stories Crafty Things collection, or for this list. And what we talked about was looking at super themey collections, right? So the Crafty Things collection is super themey. It is all about crafts, right? And I will still use it to document some crafty things, but Here, we talked about how you can look at a collection and pull out the things that have nothing to do with the theme. And there is nothing in this list that has to do, or excuse me, this list, I guess, that has to do with that crafty theme. So the really fun kind of color blocked pattern paper. I used quite a few flowers from the flower bits. And when we kind of left it 2 weeks ago, I think my flowers stopped probably right about here. I think I put that little piece in and it just didn't look right to me. So what we also talked about is sometimes when you're kind of at a stopping point on a project, but you don't feel like it's quite done, it's totally okay to walk away. A lot of times if you walk away and then come back, you get a much better perspective. So I walked away, let it sit for a couple of days, and then when I picked it up again, I'm like, oh, duh, I just need to add more flowers. So I just kind of made this border along the entire right-hand side of that spread with, with the little flower die cuts. Stamped, we played, and a lot of times when we're together on Saturdays, we play with things, we test things out, and I figure might as well test things because I might as well be the guinea pig for us, right? I might as well be the guinea pig. So we played with stamping on a photo. Now, stamping on a photo is not necessarily something that's new or unique, but what I didn't know is if I could stamp on the photo with my favorite black ink, which was the VersaFine Clair. And it worked great. So there we have it. And yeah, did a little stamping, did a little bit of coloring in with colored pencil. But yeah, that was a fun one. And this is just kind of a fun list to do, I think, about yourself every year, but you could also do this about other people every year. I remember a couple of years ago, Nancy Mars did one about one of her grandsons. And she had posted it in the Facebook group, and I said, oh my gosh, Nancy, would you be okay if I posted, that with the product, with the This Is Me stamp? Because I think it'd give people other ideas. So you could totally do this for other people in your life, right? It doesn't have to just be you. You could also do this for other, maybe non-human people in your life. Maybe you have pets. This could be a fun thing to do, like for Penny. Peggy for Penny, right? Hold on, I gotta make sure I got that right, because Cheryl. Cheryl, not Peggy. I'm thinking of Peggy Malik. Cheryl, you could do that for Penny, your dog. So you could do a This Is Me about Penny every year. That might be kind of fun too. All right, so our next list that we did, our third list, we did a Why I Like to List list. I usually do this, I think I've probably done this maybe 3 times over the last 4.5 years or so. The reason I did it again, someone had popped into the Facebook group and said, hey, why don't we do a list about why we like to list? Have we ever done that? And I said, well, we have, but you know what? Let's do it again, because sometimes those things change. The reasons why you like to list, sometimes that changes, but lots of times there's new people. And this is a great list to kind of start out with if you like to list. So we did a list about the reasons why we like to list. I used the Spellbinders, was it Heartfelt or Bellevue? Let me look, just so I can tell you. The Spellbinders Bellevue. So I used the Spellbinders Bellevue collection, which you'll see on my website, because this peacock, as soon as I saw the peacock, I had to bring the collection in because I thought it was so pretty. So there you have it. That was our third list. And we started a fourth list, and I think that's when we started having some technical difficulties. So we started a fourth list, we got through the technical difficulties. I don't remember what was happening, something odd was happening. And then I said, you know what, let's be done for today. I think we were about 4 hours in. I said, let's be done for today, and we will finish our list when we're together again. So we had started a list about one of your happy places. So a couple months ago, we did a My Happy Places list. And for me, it was a travel-themed happy places list. And I had listed a number of places that I like to travel, places I go that kind of make me happy. And so in this case, I decided to drill down into one of those places that makes me happy, which is traveling in Harvey, our RV. So we are going to get to this shortly. This is actually going to be the second list that we work on today, because we're going to start out with all the product that I have here. It's a lot easier, I think, if we start out with all the product that I have here. My shirt, it's funny, my shirt is the perfect height that hits my countertop. And so anytime, or my desktop, I guess, anytime I move forward, I can see like my shirt just barely, and that bugs me. So anyhow, move the camera. So we're going to start with our first list today that we're going to start with is going to be using the product that is on my desktop, and that is the Simple Stories Simple Vintage Linen Market Collection. It is so fun. It's so pretty. So I thought that'd be a great one to start with. So our first list is things I learned, whether it's things I learned this week or things I learned this month. You could do this on an annual basis, things I learned this year. Pam, and I'm going to call Pam out, since Pam just retired after 35 years in education, Pam could do a list on things I've learned in my career, right? She's at a perfect time in her life to do a list about that. So maybe you are newlywed, maybe you've been married for a year. You could do a list about things I've learned my first year of marriage. You could do a list about things I've learned as an empty nester. In fact, you know what? I think that I'm just going to go to my little handy dandy notebook here, my handy dandy workbook. Where? Oh, here we go. List ideas. I think we might do another things I learned. Things I've learned as and then it's kind of a fill in the blank. So that could be things I've learned as a mom, things I've learned as an aunt, things I've learned as a friend, things I've learned as a teacher, things I've learned as a pet owner, things I've learned as a retired firefighter. I don't know. Whatever it is that defines who you are. I think we'll do that another time. Okay, so things I've learned this week, this month, this year. For me, this list is things I've learned this month. And you know what? Here's the thing with this list, friends. Things I've learned doesn't have to be, I've learned the meaning of life. I've learned how precious life is. I've learned how, they don't have to be like big, huge, significant things. Most of the things on my list are very silly. But they happen to be things that I have learned this month. So you get to decide. It's your list, right? You do you. But I don't ever want anyone to maybe not do something because they feel like they haven't done something that would apply. All right. So none of mine are I found the meaning of life. I've learned why relationships are important. Nothing like that. They're all super, just really shallow. Most of them are very shallow, and that's okay. All right. So to get started, when we list, I always list in my traveler's notebook. I don't talk about this very often. I just assume. So I'm listing in a traveler's notebook insert. My inserts are standard wide. So they are 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall. So that's what we're listing in. Simple Vintage Linen Market. So I thought what I would do, love this paper so much. So I'm going to, this will be a 2-page list. This will be on the left side, and no surprise, I think I'm going, no, actually, I thought I was going to start with the yellow, but I've got some options here, right? So kind of like the blue. All of these, everything that you see here, available on the website. You'll also see it linked in the description box of the video down below under what I'm using. I know the blue dots, right? Joe Disney fan, that's kind of fun. I think I might go that direction. I use yellow a lot. I really like yellow. If you've been here with me for any period of time, especially the last couple of months, I've been using yellow a lot. So let's help Lael get out of her yellow box, and I think we'll go with the blue. Now, there's a ton of different things in the collection. I mean, I could do that, but look at how different that changes when I just change up. I mean, all from the same collection, right? But even the 3 that we looked at started there, then went there, then pulled that in. But I really do think, it's that navy that we want to go with. So let's get out the trimmer. I moved, like I said, moved a couple things around. So, whoops, there's another trimmer on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. I have 7 trimmers. 7. I have 7 trimmers. That's okay. There's no shame in that. It's part of my job, right? It's part of my business. All right. So I am going to, when I am putting a pattern paper on my insert, so sometimes I work directly on the insert, like here, that very first list that we looked at. Sometimes I'm working directly on the insert. Well, not that one. Here we go. Sometimes I'm working directly on the insert here where I am writing directly on the insert, but sometimes I am putting pattern paper down first. So when I put pattern paper down first, I always trim for my base to 4 3/4 by 8. So starts out with a 6 by 8 from a 6 by 8 paper pad, trim to 4 3/4 by 8, which means I need to narrow this down by 1.25 inches. So instead of, excuse me, 1.25 inches, 4 3/4 by 8, yes, 1.25 inches. Instead of taking it from one side or the other, like if I just take from this one, this is what we're looking at. Right? I have this beautiful part, but I've kind of lost all of the red. Conversely, if I do that, then I lose most of the yellow and I have all the red and the blue. So all of that said, I'm going to take a little bit from each side. So I need half plus 1/8 from each side. All right, so there we go. There's the start of my spread. That is the left side, right? That's going to be the, ooh, look at the back side of that is even pretty, isn't it? I could have even done a red over there. Lots of options with that. One of the things I love about what Simple Stories did with this collection really is all the B-sides. So B-side, every paper, just like every record album back in the day, had 2 sides, the A side and the B side. The A side for record albums, if you took like a little 45, right? If you took like a little 45 album, I guess it's only the 45s that had A and B sides. The little 45s, little hole in the center. The A side was like the really popular song. That was kind of like the popular song or the song that the artist or band really hoped that would hit it big. The B side was always kind of like a little bit more obscure or a little bit more, in this case, when it comes to paper, a little bit more neutral or basic, right? So A side, B side. A side, B side. What Simple Stories did, I think, really well with this collection is that the B sides are stunning. I mean, they're just as good as the A sides. So nice kind of just, well, they're good neutrals, right? Good neutrals to work with. B sides. That's what I mean when I say a B side. All right. So now we need to trim this one to 4 3/4, but I don't need to take a little bit off of each edge, right? Because obviously it's the same pattern all the way around. All right, so here is the start of our list, right? So I need to start with title. Hello?
Did you get started?
I did. On time, I did.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
I thought you were taking a nap.
I went to Home Depot.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, friends. I know that may sound weird too. It's only 10, well, it's 10:40 here. You might think it was odd if Nick was taking a nap. If you missed earlier what I was saying, he had to get up at 4 a.m. for a 6 a.m. flight to come home. So, alrighty. Gone are the days. Remember back in the day, you could leave town. I mean, you could fly home at like 10 at night. Well, not on a red eye, but not anymore. Not anymore. All right. So he could get a flight out last night, late enough. All right, so here we go. This is the start of our list. I need to round my outside corners just because that's what I do. The inserts that I use have rounded corners, so I like my corners to be rounded. So we're doing a little rounding there. All right, so now when it comes to my title, I am going to use the All the Things stamp set. Hang on, I've missed a couple things here. Someone got hurt, maybe? Terry's keeping me honest. The last couple of months, my friend Yellow is your go-to for at least the last 4 years. You know, it'd be funny if I looked through both idea books. I'm sure we would know that, right? I'm sure we would know that. Someone's fallen in a hole. Is that, I don't know where that came from. I missed it. So whoever fell in a hole, I hope you're okay. There's chat about falling in chipmunks' holes and things like that. So, yes, potholes, yikes. Okay. Yes, I hope everyone's okay. All right. I know, Karen. Team Square Corners checking in. As soon as I said that, I was going to say something about Karen because I know Karen does not like rounded corners. All right, so we're using the All the Things stamp set with this collection. So, or with this list. All the Things is a kind of a mix and match, build your own stamp set. And when I say that, what I mean is you have some prompts, like my favorite things about, things I'd like to, things I, and then you have words and phrases that you can match with that. So for example, my favorite things about fall, spring, summer, this year, last year, things I'm looking forward to, which is one we do a couple times a year, things I'm looking forward to this summer, this spring, this year, what have you. But we have things and then learned and then this year. So it's kind of a build as you go. So I'm going to grab those stamps out. There's things and then we have learned right here. And then we have this, and then we have year. This year, here we go. So all of those stamps are individual stamps. They're individual because they're like building blocks, right? So you could say this year, it's not this year, it's this month. Glad I was talking about that. I'm sure somebody would have caught that. This month, this is things I learned this month, not things I learned this year. But I could do this year, this week, what have you. All right. So that's what we need. Move this off to the side. And I need my stamping blocks. So I'm kind of torn about how I'm going to do this. And we'll walk through my thought process because that's what we do, right? We walk through Lael's mind, which sometimes is scary. Just grabbing different size stamping blocks that I need. So what I was thinking about doing was stamping my title over here. But now that I see that, so in my mind, well, you don't see that, but in my mind, here's my little sketch. But in my mind, I was thinking about stamping the title right here and then doing my list over here. Now that I see this paper though, there's this it's beautiful paper. However, we have all of this kind of text happening right here. So if I try to stamp over that, you really won't see it. Hi Kim and Mindy, are you guys together? You guys are together, I love that. All right, so now I need to kind of rethink that, right? Now that may not necessarily work as well because I have all this going here. Now, I do have extra space up here where it doesn't have that kind of cool text effect. But if I do that up here, then I think it will look a little odd. It'll look way off balance if I have my title right here and then kind of nothing else happening. So let's think through that a little bit. Think through what we might be able to do instead. Let me grab the rest of the product, the journal bits. I'm thinking maybe is there something on a journal bit that I could, where are the journal bits? These are not the journal bits. I must have the journal bits out somewhere. But I just saw something in one of those that might work. So what about, look at this. These are the ephemera bits, the ephemera. So way too wide. But look at this. I wonder if we could make that work for us. So what I'm thinking there, I don't know, we may have to way rethink all of this because If that goes there, now it's way too big, right? It is way too big. But what about this? What about this? What if we kind of recreate that? It's too big. Let me just look. Let's lay these things out. Things I learned, and then this month. I just need to see. We can kind of squish all of this together, right? We can kind of squish all of that together. So if it's not, it won't be too wide on us, right? Maybe that will still fit in here. But if it fits in here, what if we kind of recreate this? We might be able to recreate this. Kathy, I was just talking about Phoenix. Nick flew home from Phoenix this morning. We were talking at the beginning about, oh my goodness, 117 degrees for you guys. All right, I think we should try that. Let's try to recreate something like this. And the way that we can do that is, let's grab the mini clips. All right, the mini clip stamp set. And, sorry, my back is to you. Why don't we also grab the mini clips dies, all right? So we're gonna kind of make one of those. Let's try it. So what I need to do is, I had pulled out shaded lilac. Let me grab my little swatches. Let's take a look again at shaded lilac. Now that we are, I think we might want to go with another color to stamp that clip, something more similar to that, now that we're going with that blue. Beforehand, when I was thinking yellow, then I probably would have gone with the shaded lilac, but I think now that we are using that blue. So let's look at what blue would work for that. Blueprint sketch, not quite. Faded jeans, prize ribbon. Ooh, maybe chipped sapphire. I think chipped sapphire is it. So that's a distress oxide. Well, it's a distress ink, but for me, it's always distress oxide. What was that called again? Chipped sapphire. Here we go. All right, so let's decide which stamp we want to use in the mini clips. I don't know. Why don't we use one I don't use very often? I use the larger version of that all of the time. So I think we will go with this guy. How about that guy? Kathy said, did he spend time in the pool? So Kathy, he was, hang on. Nick. Honey. Nick. Where were you in Arizona? Oh, okay. Sorry. That's kind of an important part of the story. Well, I guess not. He was in Prescott. So he was business and then golfing yesterday afternoon. So it was not quite as hot. And then late last night, he drove back to Phoenix. So he did not quite experience the heat that you have. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd be in the pool because it's probably just about all you can do, right? Just about all you can do. Maybe a cold alcoholic beverage also, right? Exactly. I'm sure there was at least probably one or two of those on the golf course, I'm sure. All right, so we need some white cardstock. Let me grab a piece of scrap. We don't really need a big one. All right, so let's grab our little stamping block. We'll put that cute little clip stamp on there, and we're gonna test it first because that's what we do. We always should test our stamp before we do it on our project, right? So there is, actually it's gonna be easier if I turn it over this way. There's my little clip stamp. Now it won't be as pronounced as that guy because this one has a lot of white space in it, right? I think that will work, right? I think that will work. Now, if I want it a little bit more pronounced, I'll show you how we can make it a little bit more pronounced. So everything looks good. I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and now stamp that. Re-ink that again. Could I turn this over and cut it out and stamp on the back? That guy? Is that what you mean, Cindy? I'm not, Cindy, let me know. Jamie, hello, Jamie. Is there something like a list with subjects? Do you mean like a list of lists, Jamie? Is that what you mean? Like all the lists that we've done over the last 4 years? Oh, okay. So Cindy said, yes, could I just turn this over? I could, but it's too big. I felt like it was too big for my piece because then it's just kind of covering up all of that. So I decided I'm just gonna kind of do my own. Yes, Jamie. So there are a couple versions of that. Yes. In the description box of this video, towards the bottom, you'll have links to the 2020 list of lists, the 2021 and 2022 list of lists. I'm just going to do a couple of these because why not? If you are stamping, especially if you're stamping something that you may use often, like a clip stamp, you might as well do a couple so that you have them next time you need them. All right, so Jamie, that's the first place. But there are also, I'm guessing, Jamie, you may be new. Yes? And if you are, welcome. There are also these, the Listing with Lael idea books. So this first idea book has all the lists in it from 2020, 21, and 22. And then at the beginning of those idea books, you have the lists from all those years. And then this idea book is 2023. All of our lists from 2023. And most of you here know this, but I'm talking now to just Jamie. So Jamie, there's something really cool about the idea books. I'll show you. In the idea books, when you see a list, so for example, this was a list that we did in February of 2023. You have the date the list was made. You have the URL to the video like this where I made the list. And then you have the timestamp. When you purchase the idea book, either one, both, you automatically receive an email with a link to download the digital version of the idea book. The reason why that's important, in the digital version, those links are hot. They're hot links. So what that means is you're looking through the idea book and you go, ooh, I want to see as she's making that list what she did. You open up the digital version, you click on that link, it takes you to that video. You fast forward to the 2-hour, 52-minute mark. So, but as I said, you can find in the description box, towards the very end of all of my listing videos, links to download the last 3 years. I didn't do it for 2023, but you can find links for those and just get those lists as well. And I'm glad that you said you're new with listing, and I really love it. And I love that. Jamie, you can get it to the Netherlands. Your best bet would be to get the digital versions, and you can get those on the website. And then just because shipping and duties and all of that. All right, so now what I'm going to do. I could get out my little fussy cutting scissors and fussy cut around those stamps, right? But why do that when we have a dies for those? So I wasn't planning on die cutting today. So we're just gonna grab, let me just get this set up real quick. It'll just take a second. Just take a second. The little die cutting machine, I have a number of die cutting machines. This one is the Anna Griffin Empress Mini. This one, my friend Amy said you really should get this one. I'm like, okay, I have multiples, different ones, not this one. Not multiples of this one. Anyhow, it's small and compact, and it's really easy for me to show here. So there we go. I'm going to power that on. I have my stamps. I'm going to grab the dies, the coordinating dies. So these are the Clip It mini dies, and this was the one I used, right? It is. All right. So I'm going to take, oh, that's backwards. The dies, so dies are just metal dies that have a raised edge that when you put it through a die cutting machine, something that applies a lot of pressure, it will cut that out for you exactly where you need it to cut out. So, I almost grabbed a washi that I probably shouldn't grab. It kind of has a bad word on it. Well, kind of, a little bit part of a bad word. A little bit part of a bad word. Joe Disney fan said, I have that one in my stash of different die cutting machines too. It's great and simple to use for, yeah, exactly, right? And that's pretty much, I just do small ones. So I'm just putting that on top of the die, on top of my little stamped image. I'm going to put a piece of washi on top of that just to hold that die in place. And we'll make a little sandwich with our plates. I'm gonna put this guy right here. That's magnetic. I want to put a plate on top and a plate on the bottom. And I'm going to, this is an electronic machine, so all I have to do is hit run and it will bring it through. There are also hand crank machines where you just kind of roll down the window. Remember that? You'd roll down the window, you kind of roll the die and the plates through the machine. All right, so let's see what we have here. Let's pull that off and pull that little washi off. And there we have that. Die cut for us. So there we go. There's my cute little clip. My cute little clip. Now, as I said, I could have, I certainly could have just fussy cut that out, but dies are fun. And really, dies make life, they can make life a lot easier. Oh yes, more dies. I actually have 2 more die sets. The samples that just arrived from China. But I can't show them to you because they're for brand new stamps that you haven't even seen yet. All right. Okay, so now that we have that die cut, what I was saying is it might be kind of nice to have it be a little bit darker because if this is coming on here, it will get a little bit lost. It's going to hold whatever I stamp. So if I want to make it a little bit darker, what I can do is that we used chipped sapphire. So I'm going to pull out my my distress watercolor pencils and look for chipped sapphire. Chipped sapphire, there we go. So the watercolor pencils, they are the same colors as all of the distress inks and the distress oxides. Now I don't watercolor. Why I like the watercolor pencils is because they match the inks, right? They match the inks. So what I'm going to do, I just wanted to like bring this here. It'll make it a little bit easier to color on. So same color. If I color this in, but I go pretty light, I want to be pretty light because I still want to see the darker, kind of the darker accents from the stamp. I don't know if you can hear that. We live in an HOA, and part of our HOA fees, they, do all the mowing and everything. Normally they would do that on Fridays, but I'm going to just do that a bit so I can get a flat edge. Yesterday we had the craziest weather. I posted a video in my Instagram stories yesterday. So beginning of the week, so I live in northern Utah, suburb of Salt Lake. We get all 4 seasons definitely, but summer it gets hot, right? Not humid, it gets hot. So, we go through a stretch where we have 100 for many days in a row. Last week, we were probably mid-80s. Monday, we were high 50s, which was crazy. High 50s. Then Thursday, we were mid-80s. Yesterday, early afternoon, we had hail, like hail. And I took a video of it hailing in our backyard. And then it was mid-80s again. So long story short, which that really does not exist in my book because every story I tell is long. Long story short, the people could not mow yesterday, so they are mowing today, and that's what we're hearing. That is what we're hearing. We're hearing the mowing. All right, so here we go. There is our little, there's our little die cut clip. So it started out that way, right? And we die cut it, but see the difference between when I just use a colored pencil to color that. Now, you don't need to have distress specific colored or watercolor pencils. You could use any type of colored pencil just to give a little something like that, a little bit more color, or a marker. All right, so there we go. We know that we'll have that. Now what I have to figure out is this, right? I have to figure that out. So I wonder, I don't know, I'm just pulling some things that are on my desktop here. Not quite sure what I'm going to do yet. You can tell I had another plan in my mind. So that's going to be too big. But what if, oh, that's so annoying, that little mowing. Sorry about that. I think I go out there and say, excuse me, sir, don't you know I'm trying to stream live on YouTube this morning? You are messing up my jam. Things I learned this month. All right, so if I do that and then maybe cut down that little piece, let's try it. So I think I'll use that same color. Why not? We'll use chipped sapphire again. Karen said a week or so ago it rained, hailed for 15 minutes and you had hail damage on your car. Oh, darn it. I was, if any of you follow Heidi Swap, she posted a whole bunch of stories last night, that they were in Lake Powell and got caught in Lake Powell is a big like reservoir in southern Utah. Well, partly in Utah, partly in Arizona. Anyhow, they got caught in a hailstorm out on their boat, which was kind of crazy, or the family houseboat or whatever. Jamie, my plan was I was going to I was going to stamp this here in my mind, and because I knew I was going to use this paper, but then when I pulled it out, I went, oh, I'm going to have a hard time seeing it because of that kind of text design that's already on there. So let's do this. We're going to, let's start out with the word learned, because that's kind of the biggie. That's kind of the big one. And grab our little testing notebook again. I always recommend that you test stamp first. Now here, if I mess something up on there, it would not be a problem because I just grab another piece of paper to play with. Not that paper. A different piece of paper to play with. But always test stamp. It's much better to figure out if you have an issue with your stamp. Maybe it needs to be cleaned. Maybe you've got a little piece of lint or hair in there or something. Much better to find that out when you test stamp as opposed to on your project. All right, let's go this way. All right. I guess it doesn't really matter where I do this. Things I learned, we'll go up a little bit higher. Learned, and then I can trim it if needed. All right, I want to clean this guy off really quickly. Oh, I need to, okay, hang on. Speaking of cleaning off, let me clean this guy and get him put away, that little mini clip. So when we're here on Saturdays, we're just playing, right? We play, and I get something out of it. I get a list. I get something documented. I get a story told about me that probably wouldn't get told otherwise. So that's a good thing. But really, it's a lot of play. We have fun. We try different things out. Sometimes things work. Sometimes things don't. So I'm never worried about how long it takes me to do something, right? If we're playing and we're experimenting and we're learning, I'm not worried about, oh my goodness, that one project just took me 8 hours. Now, it won't take me 8 hours, but where did I just do? Where did I put that stamp set? Oh, here it is. Yes. So anyhow, we're just playing. We play. So how are you guys this Saturday? How are you? What are you doing? Are you listing with me? Are you doing something else? Are you working? Are you working on another plot project? Are you playing? What are you doing? Tell me, tell me. So what I'm doing now is I am going to, you notice I'm stamping everything separately. I could put everything together on a single stamp block, but I don't particularly, I like to control. I'm a bit of a control freak. I like to control how close I can get my stamps to one another. I don't like them to be really spread apart. And sometimes, depending on the stamp and the amount of kind of bumper that you have around the stamp itself, you can't necessarily get as close as maybe you'd like. So that's why I'm kind of doing all these separate. Nothing wrong with putting them all together. Let's get these put out of the way. Let's get these guys put away. They're not clogging up our space. All right, I need one more little block here. If you are kind of a little hesitant to stamp, and you're like, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing, I'm not super comfortable with this, doing what we're doing here is a great way to incorporate stamping in your projects without kind of really committing or really being worried about messing something up. Because I am stamping this on a separate piece of paper than I will then put on my project. That takes a lot of the pressure off, I think. All right, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off if you know you're just stamping on something and you're going to cut and put onto your project. Let's see what we've got going on. Karen is listing. Beach Gal, hi Deborah. Deborah, Joshua is watching on the 60-inch TV, so you really are larger than life. That is scary. I don't mean Joshua watching. I mean me being larger than life is scary. Hi Joshua, that's so fun. You guys are all settled, right? Deborah just moved recently. Saying hello, off to an 80s themed event with my sorority sisters, feeling some new list ideas coming on. Oh, that sounds like so much fun, Deborah. Good for you. You're settling right in. Which sorority? We should chat, friends, those of you that are here. If you were in a sorority in college, I would love to know which one. I was I guess, in Alpha Chi Omega. And Nick is Kappa Sigma. We both were in the Greek system in college. So, yeah. Very fun for you, Deborah. I'm so excited that you're now moved and settled, and that's all good. Sarah's trying to finish her traveler's notebook for a trip to visit friends in Yorkshire. Had such a great time. It is beautiful there. That is Yorkshire. Is Yorkshire, okay, I don't even know. Is Yorkshire in England, Sarah? Patricia's shopping and listening. I love it. Nancy's listing. TU is working on her bin of unfinished projects, right? It's so nice sometimes to have bins of like unfinished projects that you can go to, right? Because then you always have something to work on. And you can just pick something up, and if you only have a few minutes or maybe an hour, then you pick it up and you work on it, and then you put it away to work on later. Things I learned this month. Nita fell and sprained her right wrist. I'm so sorry, Nita. Is that what we were talking about before when someone fell? That's hard. You don't really realize until you can't use something, right? All right, here we go. Things I learned this month. Kim, they're making cards. I love it, Kim. Kim said, we're making cards in Tulsa. We're so grateful for you, Lael. We've been besties for 3 years. So I'll provide some background. Yes, dear?
You hide Reggie's filters for his water thing. You moved them from when they were, and I don't know where you put them. So.
Are they in the linen closet thing? Okay, I'll have to find them when I'm done, okay? Nick, could you hear that? I'm getting the eye roll. He gave me the big eye roll. Where did you hide? Oh, he's coming back now.
I'm going to give the real explanation.
What?
They're put someplace where I know where they are, and you don't like them where they are, so you reorganize that area and just shove them someplace so you don't see them. And you don't know where they are.
Wow, is someone frustrated, friends? Do you think Nick's a little frustrated? I think he's angry because he's just tired. He didn't get enough sleep. Well, he's not angry. He's just frustrated. Yeah. It's like, honey, I'm kind of working. I'm kind of like socializing with people. Could you leave that for later? Oh, well, that's real life, isn't it? That's real life. He can't find, I did something with the filters for Reggie's water dish thing. Anyhow, oh goodness. Yes, I know what I was going to say. I was going to tell the story behind Kim and Mindy. So early in the pandemic, early, Kim has two sons, right, Kim, if I remember right? So Kim and I were, I have two sons, we have two sons, she has two sons, so we were kind of bonded a little bit over that. And one point I was on a live, she was on a live, whatever, and she said I knew she lived in Oklahoma. And then Mindy moved from Spokane, because I'd met Mindy in Spokane through Three Craft Chicks, moved to Oklahoma. And on the live, I said, hey, Mindy and Kim, you both live in Oklahoma. I wonder if you guys live near each other. Now, Oklahoma's kind of a big place, right? I wonder if you guys live near each other. Turned out they lived an hour away. Is that right, you guys? Maybe an hour away from each other. And they have developed a lovely friendship, which I think is so exciting. I just love that. Okay, so here we go. Too big, right? So now we know we need to trim this guy down. Let's trim it down. I will tell you, if you are new here, I always have some idea of what I'm going to do, but most of it is totally on the fly. So here is an example. This is today's list. That's my idea of what I was going to do. I knew I wanted to use the butterfly paper. I thought I wanted to use yellow there. I knew I wanted to use the things I learned this month stamp set. But other than that, I just kind of play. That's how we ended up having to go a totally different direction than where we were, because I didn't think about that paper being in the way, or that pattern being in the way. Okay, now I don't want to put the white on top of the white, right? Because it just gets lost. So I want to grab this whole area I just reorganized. So I've got to make sure I know what's where. I am going to ink the edges of that with the same ink, chipped sapphire. So let me grab my little domed blending foamy thingy here. And there we go. I want to pick up a little bit of ink. So I am going to just kind of in a swirling motion, pick up some ink from that ink pad. Make sure I don't have, actually, I need to stop for a second. I have that blue ink on my fingers from picking up that little foam blender. Deborah, are you kidding me? Deborah, you're an Alpha Chi? I can't believe that. I can't believe that. How did we not know that? That's so awesome. Pam is a Delta Gamma, a DG. Tracy's mom is an Alpha Chi. Tracy's an Alpha Z Delta. Alpha Beta Gamma Delta Epsilon Zeta Eta. I think that's how you pronounce the XI. Did you hear me? I was just, that's one of the random useless things I've learned back in college in the sorority. One of the things that we had to do was you had to memorize the Greek alphabet. And so, of course, it was a song. So I was just singing the Greek alphabet to myself in song. You found it. Where was it, Nick?
It was in the linen closet in one of those.
I told you it was in the linen closet.
You had buried them in Reggie toys. So
in what?
You can't see them through the clear bin. It was just like a thing full of Reggie toys.
Okay, so friends, I'm gonna say I was right. Did you hear? So Nick found where the filters were. Did you hear me say they're in the linen closet? And guess where they were? They were in Reggie's bin in the linen closet, where all of his toys are.
And these were
honey,
you put them in the bottom and buried them.
Stop.
So I was right.
Oh, all right. You know what? I don't think you want to play that game with all of my people here. They're gonna say I was right, huh? You guys will support me. I was right, of course. It's the age-old, honey, we don't have any ketchup. Honey, yes, we do. It's in the fridge. No, we don't have any ketchup. Honey, it's in the fridge. We don't have any ketchup. And then I get up, and then there it is in the fridge, right? That's almost 30 years of marriage, friends. Okay. Okay, 111 Renee's. So this is, I'm going to read what 111 Renee's is doing, and then maybe you guys can give her some input. She said, help, I'm trying to organize my stamps and dies. I can't decide to keep the stamps with the matching dies or separately since I have lots of stamps that are sorted by brand. I will tell you how I do it, but this is just a way I do it, and I would love anyone that has stamps and dies, if you guys want to chime in too. I keep all of my dies together separate from my stamps. It's on my list of things to do, friends, is the video of my craft room and how I have everything organized. So let me just pull one of these out. For my dies, I store my dies just like I store my stamps in my stamp storage sleeve. So that's a 4x6 stamp storage sleeves. Those are the mini clip dies. I bought on Amazon just magnetic sheets. These are linked. Basically, there's a ton of stuff, you guys, both in my, just household and the Epson PictureMate printer, lots of things like that are in my Amazon storefront. So you'll find a link to that in the description box of the video. But those little magnetic sheets. So every die set goes on a magnetic sheet. I cut out the packaging from the die set, and in the stamp sleeve it goes. So those are all of my dies are organized in one spot together. Then I have my stamps. So the mini clips are a 3x4 stamp set. Those are stored in a 3x4 stamp sleeve. Renee, if you wanted to store the two together, obviously you certainly could. I'm just going to use the same example. I would then take the stamps and put them in that stamp sleeve. So then they would be together. But I don't always use them together. So for me, I have all of my stamps stored in one spot and all of my dies stored in another. So that's the way I do it. But I would be very much interested, and I think Renee would be too, in how some of you guys do it. If you have dies and stamps, how do you store them together? All right. Northern England, they live on the coast. On the West Coast, I bet that's beautiful. Kathy's working on her Alaska cruise album. Marilee, you're an Alpha Chi too. I love that. That's so fun. Nita, the Mu, right? Mu Alpha Theta, the math sorority. Oh, Nita, you're smart. Math's not my subject. Although, I shouldn't say that because, I did calculus A, B, and BC, I think, in high school. But, yeah, math is not my favorite. But you, yes, good. All right. He sounds like a tired husband. I know, doesn't he, Ms. L? Yeah, right. Joe Disney fan is cutting horror movie characters out of vinyl on her Cricut and making glasses for her son and his friends. Joe Disney fan, you deserve an awesome mom award. That's so cool. I love it. And Mindy and Kim live about 20 minutes away from each other. That is that's uncanny. That is just, I can't even believe that. I love that for you guys. That's so cool and I love that you guys met. You guys took the leap, meeting someone on the internet. The only thing that you guys had, well, no, I shouldn't say that. At that point, you guys had two things in common. You both knew me, and you both liked to craft. And then you guys have this awesome friendship from that. I just love that. Sarah said, yeah, my posse will support me. Nick has no idea what kind of fight he's picking, right? He's picking a fight with me. No, we're not. We're just totally kidding. But you guys know what I mean. He's picking a fight with lots of us. Yeah, Ms. L said I was 100% right. Of course I was right. Man vision, yes. Jill keeps her stamps and dies together. Louisa, it sounds like, does the same thing. Keeps coordinating dies with the stamps. Tracy stores them separately, but stamps on a scrap paper and puts it in with the die sleeve. Then I make a die cut and keep it in the stamp sleeve, so I'm reminded when I use one or another. That is smart. I like that, Tracy. That's a great suggestion. Sarah said if she has a set, she keeps them together. She has a notebook of all of her stash and categories, so I will see them there. Sarah, you're a girl after my own heart. I love that, all organized. And all right. Okay, so here we go. Here's now my little, that took us a while to get there, right? But here we go. Things I learned this month. And that I'm happy with. That works. So what I was thinking about trying to just stamp on there, we wouldn't have seen it. All right, so now what I wanted to look at is maybe incorporating another butterfly down here because I feel like it's kind of plain down here. So a couple things I could do. I have a couple of different butterfly die cuts, right? I could put that, oh, I just kind of like that there. I was thinking I could put that there, or I could, let's try this too. I could cut out a rub-on and put the rub-on there. And if I wanted to do, I've got a couple of different other little butterflies here. So maybe we might just make a lot more butterflies. Not make, we might just use a lot more butterflies in here somehow. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, anyhow, let me take, I'm gonna open the rub-ons. I have not used these rub-ons before. Let's see what Sarah says. So, Sarah just left a comment. I haven't used the rub-ons before. I like the die cuts. The rub-ons have additional coloring that might be too much. Right, so the rub-ons do have kind of that additional kind of little watercolor effect, right? Kind of splatter. So let's just look. I'm going to just kind of lay this over the top. So what it's going to do, based on how that splatter is there and that splatter is there, if I was to cut all of that out and put that down, in this case, the blue is going to blend in with the blue and the yellow is going to blend in with the yellow and kind of make a big giant mess. If I wanted to, I could try to get pretty close in with my scissors around that rub-on, but Sarah, I think you're right. I think that is, I think it's gonna just kind of messy things up. So if we go back to our little butterfly there, we can go with the butterfly. I think we'll go with the butterfly. So let's just get a little bit of adhesive on him. And maybe what I do, maybe I use, there we go. Maybe I use that rub-on over here to kind of pull the two sides together. Okay, there we go. And then, I don't know, we'll see. I feel like we need something up here, but I don't know if it's a butterfly. Maybe. Let's get this guy down. Oh, I forgot to grab my adhesive. This little thing that we did when we stamped on a separate piece of paper, sometimes you'll see people do that with journaling strips too, especially if you don't like your handwriting. And I say, you know what, just get over it. And then if you say no, then I say, okay. But if you don't like your own handwriting, you could like type your journaling or type your list and then either cut it into strips or then just go ahead and adhere it. I think using your handwriting is important because it's such a big part of who you are. And basically when we're listing, it's all about who we are for the most part, right? So kind of makes sense to me that you should have your handwriting in there. All right, so I need to date that, and that's why I kind of left that extra little space there. I'm going to grab this little tiny date stamp, roller date stamp. Today is June 22nd. June 22nd, 2024, and I think I'll just use that same color. You know, maybe I should put some of these things away. What do you say? No, let's just do it really quick. Test it first. Always, always, always test it. Especially if you're working on multiple different projects at a time and maybe you last used your roller date stamp in a project that you were dating from 2023. You want to make sure that you have the right date there, right? So always good idea to test. Don't want, let me just clean that off a sec. All right, let's try that again. Now I've got it over here. Wanda said, I don't love my handwriting, but it is part of me. You know what? It is. And this is when I always pull out this card. So do you have any recipe cards of family members, like maybe a mom or a grandma or an aunt or a close friend, maybe someone that is no longer with us? And whenever you pull out that recipe card, you see that and you think, oh my goodness, that's like them. It's like they're sitting right there with you, right? Because it's their writing. It's such a big part of who they are. that's when I say, okay, there we go. So do you see I just had what was happening? I had just some ink deposited. I hadn't cleaned it in a while under that first set and under the last set, the June and the 2024. So I just cleaned it, and once I cleaned it, it's fine. Alrighty, let's go ahead and stamp that now on our little project here. Things I learned this month, June 22, 2024. All right. So our left page is done. My goodness, doesn't it seem like that took a long time? It has taken a while, but like I said, you know what? We're playing. We went a different direction. We've been chit-chatting, so it's all about that. It's all about that process. I have ink now all over my fingers, so I need to clean that off. It's a good idea. I always like to have baby wipes or something like that on hand, especially when I'm inking, because you don't want to transfer those chipped sapphire fingerprints to your project, right? And unintentionally. Maybe you want to do it, but just unintentionally. All right. So in a sec, we'll be ready to move on to the opposite page. There are some little bees in here. There was a little bee somewhere. I'm gonna get in trouble with these rub-ons in a minute. I have a little bumblebee. Oh, here we go. What if our little bumblebee comes into play up here maybe? Maybe it just goes right in here, because I don't really feel like we need much more in there. No, he just looks like I put him there. It's because what I did. All right, let's get our paper ready for the second page. Let me look at I had an idea here. Not there. I think what we might do here, instead of plain old white cardstock, there's something new. Terry, something new. 2 new Lail by Mail products. 6x8 lined paper, 6x8 grid paper. So this is what these guys look like. That is the grid paper. Now, did I see this? Oh, it'll be okay. 6x8 grid paper, 6x8 lined. All right, so brand new products. They just went up on the website this week. They come in packs of 12. So a 12 pack for the lined and a 12 pack for the grid. They are single sided, so just blank on the back side. But the reason I came out with these, sometimes I want something a little bit more kind of designy, right? I mean, it's still pretty basic, but I have a little bit more design than just a plain old piece of white cardstock, so that will do it for you. But if you like to use a blank insert, but still want to have the option of having lined pages or grid pages, then you could cut those and put them in as your backgrounds for your blank pages when you want to use them. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this guy here. So it just kind of jazzes it up a little bit more than just a plain old white, piece of white cardstock. Now, with that, they're 6x8 because if you are a 6x8, maybe mini book scrapbooker or something like that, then they're the size that you need. But I want to trim this to not 4 3/4. So usually I think I'm about 4. Let's try 4 by 7. That's not right measurement though, I know that. Because that will not be proportionate. 3 3/4 by 7 is usually what I'm going for. So there we go. Now that is where my list will go on that page. Here we go. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it. It's just kind of a nice, fun. I haven't used these before. It's the first time using those. They just came in this week, so very excited about those. Oh, actually, before I do that, I shouldn't have put that away yet. My fingers are going to get inky again. They are, yes, Tracy, they are cardstock weight. So let me do this. Let me just do it. They are actually thicker. They are thicker than like the Simple Stories pattern paper. Just slightly, but they are thicker. So they're a nice heavy weight. So Simple Stories pattern paper is going to be like an 80-pound cardstock. I should find out from my printer what these are because I don't know thickness, but they are thicker than like your standard scrapbook paper. But what I want to do here is I'm going to get my fingers inky again. Fingers inky again. My goodness. Kim, you're going to laugh with me at this because Kim was around way early in the days when, way early in the days of the pandemic when Sam, our younger son, 23, well, 23 now, but when he had to come home from college because, you know, everybody had to stop what they were doing. That didn't sound right. We all changed our lives drastically when the pandemic hit, especially at the beginning. So Sam came home from college. And he was bored to tears because, you know, we wouldn't let him leave the house. We wouldn't let him, you know, well, he could go outside, but we wouldn't let him hang out with friends or anything because we just didn't know, right? It was so early, we didn't know. So on Saturday mornings, Sam was here with me in my craft room. He'd help me get set up. He'd read comments. And he would decide that he wanted to tell me that what I was doing was wrong. Mom, that doesn't make sense. Don't do that. And I'm like, Sam, I am the expert. You are a 19-year-old freshman in college. You have no clue what you're talking about. And of course, I wasn't meaning I was the expert, but you know, that's parental speak. To, dude, get your mind, stop that. Anyhow, so he and I would be bickering back and forth on camera. On camera, I'm working and, you know, you could hear his voice. So that's a little flashback, a little throwback, Kim, to Nick coming in here. Where's the filter ready? All right. So I just inked those edges, right? It just kind of makes all of that blend in a little bit more with the background. You know, Nick's never going to hear the end of that. I can hear him in the other room. He can hear me, I'm sure. I'm probably poking the bear right now, friends. Oh. I stayed up so late last night. It was awesome. And then Reggie decided at 4:30 a.m. that he wanted to attack my feet. That was not awesome. All right, there we go. So things I learned this month. Now, before I start writing my list, I got to do a little bit of decorating. That's good, but it's way stark. Way too stark. Let me get this off. I have more of these. I need to have tweezers that are only for pulling those ink things off. Because when you do that, you have to make sure to then clean it off. Because if you don't clean it off, then whatever you pick up next with your tweezers is going to be that color. Okay. I know it was so much fun. It was so much fun when Sam was here, right? And he would not agree with that. He thought, well, you know what? He is a freshman in college. So he started school in August and then had to come home in March. So, you know, it was hard. It was hard for lots of people back then, but he was not a happy camper. He was not a happy camper. And I think because he just kind of gotten his little taste of freedom and then had it taken away. Yeah. All right. So now what I'm thinking, what if we have this, same thing that we were thinking about using before, what if it is just kind of over, ooh, what if it's in the middle? All right, this is what I'm going to do. Rub-ons. If you have not used rub-ons before, you haven't used rub-ons in a while, let's just do a quick little rub-on 101. So rub-ons are like transfers. If you kind of think about Cracker Jacks, you know when you'd get the little Cracker Jacks and you had the little tattoo, and the tattoo would be on the transfer paper and you'd put water on it and then it would transfer the design onto your skin or whatever. Well, rub-ons are kind of like that, but no water. And they're permanent, right? Those tattoos would wear off. Basically, you have design that is on transfer-ish paper, right? So in order to have the design transfer onto whatever you want to transfer it to, you need to apply pressure. Kind of like with the tattoos, you had to get like a wet paper towel and apply pressure so it would transfer onto your skin. The transfer sheets, well, not a transfer sheet, but the rub-ons have a little, I'll call it a protector sheet behind them, right? Protector sheet is to make sure that the rub-on does not get transferred somewhere where you don't want to get transferred to. So what I do when I open a package of brand new rub-ons, I staple those two sheets together, okay? So that there's no chance, or I've greatly reduced the chance that as I had those kind of stacked over here, that they don't kind of rub somewhere where I don't want them to rub onto, right? So they're stacked together. When I'm ready to use a rub-on, in this case, I think that we want to just maybe kind of cut around here. I cut the rub-on or the design away from the transfer sheet. Away from the protector sheet, okay? Because that way, now I'm just working with this. If I'm trying to use that sheet and just, get my rub-on on and I don't want it everywhere, I only want it on, I only want the rub-on, the specific design in one place. If I cut it away from the sheet, I find that's a lot easier. Now, I just got totally distracted because as I was looking at this, that would be pretty there. No, too much. We'll use that another time. All right, so here we go. Now I'm ready. What if this guy was just kind of a little bit in the middle here? I feel like I don't want to do it down here because I have this big band now across the bottom. And I don't want to do it at the top because I have this big band across the top. I feel like if I did it, maybe we just want to do it maybe like there. How about if I do it right there? Then that is kind of halfway-ish between there and there. I also don't want it to be directly across from this because then I've got that same issue, but it's, right in the center. So if I just pop it down a little bit, maybe like that, and we're ready to rub on. Rub-ons transfer through pressure. So depending on the company, they'll have some kind of tool usually that you can use to transfer. If not, you can just grab some kind of blunt object. You could grab like the non-sharp end of a butter knife, the opposite end, just something that's a blunt object. You want anything sharp. So when you are ready to start, there's something here that's going to bug me, and I don't know if I can pull this off. All right. This is a little bit too much of a blob of yellow. That's just kind of a big blob, and I don't want that big blob there. So I think I'm going to try to just trim a little bit of that off so it's not so blobby. That better? It's still kind of blobby. Will that look better? I think that'll be better. All right. Let me just move that off to the side. Okay, so when I'm ready to start transferring or rubbing on, right? When I'm ready to start rubbing on, I want to make sure to hold this and not move it. All right? Any movement I need to do, I need to rotate this whole thing if I need. I don't want to move my fingers. I want my fingers to be holding it the entire time. And I'll explain why in a second. So now I'm just going to start rubbing, applying pressure to that design so it will release it from the transfer sheet. And see how I'm keeping my fingers? My fingers are staying there. Now, I need to move my fingers, right? So I'm going to, just to make it easier for me, I moved my fingers up here, but I never really stopped holding on to it, all right? And that's really important. What you don't want to have happen, you don't want that rub-on to jump. And what I mean jump is even if it shifts, I guess shift's a better word, even if it shifts just a tiny bit, you will end up with a crack or a break in the rub-on. And then sometimes that looks really odd. All right, so I think I'm looking pretty good. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to rotate it again. Now, I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on. And what I want to do is, while I'm still holding on, I'm going to start peeling back that transfer sheet. If I start to see that any part of that rub-on didn't transfer, I can lay it back down, and because I've been holding on, it's in the exact same position. So I'm not going to get a jump or a crack in the rub-on. Lift it up again. How we doing? How we doing? We're doing pretty well. All right, looks good. And then I'm just going to take my little finger and rub over the top of that to make sure that it is nice and secure. Now, I have a couple of little parts on there that didn't quite transfer, and that's okay because you know what I can do? Now I can move it around. Like if I figure I want a little bit of yellow there, I just transferred that. If I want maybe a little bit more blobs over here, I can transfer those. Maybe I put a little bit of blue over here so it doesn't, remember how it was looking really blocky right there and I kept kind of cutting it away? So I can kind of, see how I've kind of helped that to fill in a little bit more. Maybe I want a little bit of this grid up here. So even the pieces that you're cutting off don't need to be, they don't need to be garbage, right? They don't need to be trash. You can still use them for something. I'm just like making like little accents here, right? All right, so that guy's pretty much done. I did have this one other yellow piece, but I mean, that's a pretty big piece of yellow. So I don't know that I want to put that any, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just too big, right? It's just too much of a big blob. So I'm not going to use that. All right, so now I think we're good. I think I'm ready now to make my list of things that I've learned this month. Deborah, hang on, let me go back. I'm missing a couple things. Hang on. Hi, Ann, nice to see you. Karen was up until 3 because of cats. Yeah, cats sometimes, I tell you what. Karen said, great title for this spread. I learned a lot this month, especially about my car needing $3,700 in wiring repairs because of squirrels. Yes, Karen's had some squirrel, well, it's not her squirrels in the neighborhood, I guess, right? That decided to chew into the wiring on your car. So let's talk really quickly about a rub-on sheet like this. Sometimes we will see rub-on sheets. Let me just grab this guy. So totally different type of rub-on sheet. All right. This is from Summer Snapshots from Simple Stories. So when you look at a rub-on sheet like this, it's totally, I mean, to me, it's really obvious, right? Oh, look, if I want that bee, I just cut out that bee. Or, oh, if I want that title that says Sunny Days, I just use that. So these are not individual, because that's one entire sheet, but all the designs are kind of individual, right? Individual, they could be used individually. But when you look at a sheet like this, you might be like, what the heck do I do with that? Like, do I use all of that on one page? And I say, no, that's basically what I did with it. I just cut part of it out. So if you see something like this, don't get confused or don't think that you can't use it because you're like, that's just a whole bunch going on one page. I don't know what to do with that. Cut it out like I did. Even if you wanted a little bit of, like, let's say you wanted a little accent maybe of that, or a little bit here. If you wanted to put a little accent up there or a little accent down here, you just cut off a little part. Okay. Sandy. Hello, Sandy. She's watching at the airport on her way for a family history trip with a cousin to Poland. Sandy, that sounds amazing. Good for you. Have an amazing time. I've never been to Poland. I bet Poland is, you're going to learn a ton, huh? Deborah, sorry, measurement on the white paper. 3 3/4 by 7. So generally that's what I end up with here, 3 3/4 by 7. So then that gives me a nice even border. And then I can see that background paper there. Let's see. Jeanette. Hello, Jeanette. Nice to see you. Jeanette, so excited to see you for a little. I missed you. Life went in a completely different direction, but it's 5 years I lived in Toronto. Love your project today. Thank you, Jeanette. Jeanette and I met, oh my goodness, like 2 months before the pandemic at a crop and create event in Toronto. And Jeanette, you just moved from South Africa, if I remember. Is that right? Nice to see you. Yes, it's been a while. Leslie said, I imagine a bone folder tool would work as well. Absolutely. You could totally use a bone folder. Totally use a bone folder on something like that if you didn't have a little tool with it. Most of them come with little sticks. Either like Simple Stories comes with a little popsicle stick. The 49 and Market come with, I call these like a Lick-A-Made stick. Remember those candies when you were a little kid? Those Lick-A-Made sticks, and it was pure sugar, and you dip it in the pure sugar, granulated pure sugar, and lick it. And oh yes. All right. Okay. So we're ready. We are ready. What I learned this month. Where's my book of what I learned this month? I learned lots of things. So it took me a minute on this. We've done a list like this before. We've done a what I learned list before. And this one, it kind of took my mind a little bit to kind of kickstart. And then once I did, I'm like, oh my goodness. And I couldn't stop. So what I need is I need a bullet stamp because this will be a run-on list for me. Run-on list. This would be an example. I've got so much just junk in here. I got to get out of the way. A run-on list would be a run-on list would be something like this, where I'm just writing and writing and writing, and there's a little bullet stamp separate everything I'm writing, as opposed to a numbered list or a bulleted list where you kind of have one thing and then the next thing and the next thing. So this is a run-on list. Let's see what I'd like to use. I've just pulled, well, we might as well just do this. Bullets and More 2. There is a butterfly in Bullets and More 2 that I think I would like to use. Just looking at Bullets and More 3. Yeah, let's use butterfly in Bullets and More 2. One quick little side note. This is a 4x4 stamp set. I do not make stamp storage sleeves that are 4x4. Yet, look it. It's in a 4x4. That's a 4x6 that you cut down. Okay, easy peasy. Same thing with a 3x3. I don't make 3x3 stamp storage sleeves, but I make 3x4, so you just cut it down. All right, there's my little butterfly stamp. And I am adhering it. I'm putting it onto the stamping stylus, okay? One of my products, a little stamping stylus. When you're working with little teeny stamps like bullet stamps, it's a little bit challenging if you are trying to put a little teeny tiny stamp on a stamping block. Even if you have something like that, it's just a little bit harder to work with because your stamp is so tiny. So in comes the stamping stylus, shaped like a pen or pencil, right? Our hand is really comfortable with that and familiar with that. It's really easy to stamp a really tiny stamp with that. There is a little label on there, and that label is on there for a reason. It gives you an orientation. So when I have a stamp that has a direction to it, like my little butterfly, if I don't want my butterfly, you know, kind of doing whirly whirls, curly cues or whatever the entire time because I don't have a point of reference, if I put my butterfly stamp on the end of the stylus and I pay attention to where it is in relation to the sticker, now I have a point of reference. If I am continually making sure that the little scatter the squirrel on my stylus is always in the same spot, then my butterfly will always be in the same spot. All right, so I'm not going to bring in another color. I am going to continue with the chipped sapphire that we've been using. So we'll just test this over here. And as long as I'm paying attention to where, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, hang on a sec. Aha, I am paying attention. He is not on there. He is not on there in relation to where the squirrel is. So I need to turn him a little bit because he's on an angle. All right, let's see if that did it. There we go. So does that make sense? why that was happening? Because it was tilted, even though I was trying to use the squirrel as my point of reference. Yeah. All right. So we're going to start. Yeah. And I did them crooked anyway. All right. So, first thing on my list of things that I learned this week. What did you learn this week or this month? What did you learn? Tell me in the chat. If you are watching live, tell me in the chat what you learned this week. I would love to know. Let me see. South Africa, Crop and Create, February 2020. Yes. Cindy, would you consider set of box stamps with the lines in a few different configurations? Cindy, I will. Let me show you something. Let me just show you something, but I have to block part of it off. Okay, I've got to block part of this off so you can't see everything else. I have to block more than that off. These are my stamp releases for the next, actually for the rest of the year. Look at, that says September, in the box 2. In the box 2 is coming. Yes, in the box 2 is coming in September. So that will be the second version of in the box. I think that's what you're asking, right, Cindy? Look at, your wish is my command. Leslie, okay, let me answer Leslie's question really quickly. Leslie said, curious to know what the advantage of rub-ons versus stickers are. In my opinion, the benefit of a rub-on versus a sticker is it's basically clear. What I mean is clear. There is no background behind that image. So if you look really closely, you can see, let me show this. Let's see if you'll be able to see it. You can see the underneath. You can still see that grid pattern through that rub-on. With stickers, in a lot of cases, you have a white border around the image. So if this was a sticker, I would have a white border around it. Basically, when you use a rub-on, it's like the image is almost printed on your paper. Another advantage of a rub-on is, I'll show you this. I think it's in this one. That on my photo is a rub-on. It looks like I printed that on the photo. So if I had put a sticker on top of there, it would have had a white background. So to me, that is the biggest difference between a rub-on and a sticker. It's almost like it's clear and you can put it on whatever you want to, and you can't see anything underneath it or around it. Hopefully that explains it. There's lots of chat happening. Yes, she said, I like the look of it, have to give it a quick try. Yeah, I think they're fun. Dandy, I learned I may have to give up coffee. Menopause is mean sometimes. Oh, Dandy. Well, there are other things like decaf maybe. I don't know if it's the caffeine or if it's just something else in coffee. And maybe it is just menopause and maybe you could pick it up later. Or maybe it's just a good time to quit. Terry learned that pink eye is horrible. Leslie said she learned when it's extremely hot, bees will beard on the hive. Oh, wow. That is fascinating. Very mean. Ooh, that's scary, right? Sarah said rub-ons are smooth. They become part of the paper for me. Yep. Dora said she thinks rub-ons, in her opinion, are thinner and reduce bulk. I love that you guys are piping in. All right. Okay, so what I've learned this week. The first thing I learned this week, a 40-pound bag of black oil sunflower seeds is huge. I know because I ordered a 40-pound bag of black oil sunflower seeds for the birds. The birds for our feeders in the backyard. And I'm not paying attention. I keep thinking I know the way this is going based on what it looks like underneath. I'm not paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know what I did here. Hang on, that's gonna really bug me. Anyhow, yes, so I'm like, oh, I might as well, a 40-pound bag, that's much cheaper. I should buy the 40-pound bag. Well, you know, cheaper per pound or ounce or whatever. Yeah, it's huge. It's like a 40-pound bag of dog food, right? 40-pound bag is a 40-pound bag. Well, not necessarily, because you could have a 40-pound bag of feathers and it, anyhow. Dandy said she learned you can buy powdered mix for Dole Whips from home. Guess what is on my USA shopping trip list? I love it. All right, the next thing I learned is that, well, this is not necessarily a new thing, but technical difficulties are so frustrating. Ugh. So some of you may have experienced a problem on my website this past week. I think it's still happening for some people where you've not been able to place an order because when you go to check out, depending on what browser you're on, it's either downloading the checkout icon or you're getting an error. And I spent hours with Shopify on the chat on Thursday, hours. And yeah, anyhow. So I hope you didn't run into that. I'm like, people, listen, this is my business. This is my livelihood. If people cannot check out on my website, that's not a good thing. Oh, ma'am, we understand how, you know, and they give you the same old runaround. I'm like, oh. Next thing. It is possible to go on a camping trip when the fridge in Harvey decides not to work. So last week, Harvey is our RV. We did a little, like 2.5 day little adventure. And on Thursday night, as we were kind of packing everything up, the refrigerator decides that it does not want to work. So we ended up with coolers, and which is fine. It was totally fine, right? Coolers worked, but yeah. Next thing. This blew my mind. Oh, Leslie, I'm so sorry. Leslie said her daughter's been in a car accident. Leslie, I hope everything is okay. Drive safely getting to your daughter. I hope everything is okay. All right. This one blew my mind. I saw this on Instagram yesterday. You know the song You're So Vain that Carly Simon sings? Mick Jagger sang on the chorus of that song. And I don't know, I've known that song forever. My parents were huge music fans when I was growing up, music like that. And I've heard that song probably thousands of times. And I had no idea. And then when you listen to it, you can hear him. And it was like, oh my gosh. So I sent it to my mom. I'm like, Mom, did you know this? She's like, no, I had no idea. I learned that this month. Mick Jagger sang in the chorus of You're So Vain. Now that probably makes you want to, okay, I almost, the chorus word, the words to that song got in my head because part of it said you probably think this song is about you. And then I was just going to say you probably, and then I was headed that way. No, I don't even know. I know. I was going to say, it probably makes you want to sing that song now, doesn't it? Yes, 111 Renee's. That's been up for years. A lot of speculation. She said, I would love to know who that song is about. I've heard all kinds of different things. But when I was Googling this yesterday, I was looking in the comments of whoever did the post that he was singing in the chorus. A lot of people were saying Warren Beatty. Yep, Sarah, that's exactly. A lot of people were saying Warren Beatty. So I don't know if that's the case or not. But so what I'm noticing here is, and I've been noticing this as I've been going, the blue is very similar to the black, so it's kind of hard to see those. So I wonder what it would look like if I colored in those little butterflies. So you notice over here, I'm kind of testing on my little thing. I think that works. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to color in those butterflies because, well, this is what I'll probably do, friends. I won't color in all those butterflies. I will come back and color them in later. But you see what I mean? How it's kind of hard to see. You don't really, the whole purpose of having a bullet stamp on your run-on list is so that you can see where one item on the list stops and where the next one starts. So I was having a little bit of a hard time seeing that. So that helps now. All right, see how that helps? All right, but I'll do that later. We'll keep going. Yes, Warren Beatty. I think that seems to be, I had heard a long time ago that it was John McEnroe, but then I didn't see anything about that. So I saw a lot of Warren Beatty. Dora, one of the things that she learned, I read this month that a book can make me cry. Come to find out, a movie will be released in August based on the book. It ends with us. Colleen Hoover, right, Dora? That's a Colleen Hoover, I think, isn't it? Sarah, I love it. Sarah said, I learned I cannot even casually peruse Lael's shop while watching TV and not make a purchase. And no, never had problems with checkout, Obvi. Love it. Dora, I learned using vinegar with Dawn dishwashing soap and water works wonder on windows. Hey, there we go. There we go. Belinda, still happening. I checked an hour ago. Belinda, is it you? Are you the one? I think so. That notified me of it earlier this week, right? And you know what, you guys, it's not everybody. And oh, Belinda, bless your heart. I mean, in a good way, bless your heart, right? In a good way. Karen, current status singing You're So Vain. I had read James Taylor too, Wanda. Anne said, I learned the rain is messing up my connection to watch Lael. Oh, darn it. Okay, let's keep going. What else did I learn? I've learned this month what the Bridgerton type is all about. We just started, well, I think we're in season 3 now, but have been binge watching Bridgerton this month. And so now I get it. I now know why people were, what the hype is about Bridgerton. It's quite fascinating. Oh yes, I learned this. I didn't know this until yesterday. A new album has been in the works. Petty Country. I was talking about that earlier. Petty Country. A number of different country artists done a tribute album, Tom Petty. Oh, it's so good. No, you kind of need to like Tom Petty and you kind of need to like country, or else I wouldn't recommend it. Because then you're probably like, I don't even know what this is. Like, you'll either be like, I don't even know these songs if you don't know Tom Petty, or you'll be like, ooh, don't like country, don't like the way they butchered his songs. They didn't butcher his songs, but if you don't like country, you know what I'm saying. All right. I learned that deer antlers fall off each year and are bigger when they grow back. Did you know that? I did not know that. Nick told me that. Nick taught me that. Nick told me that when we were on our little Harvey trip. We were up there, we were up in the Uinta Mountains, and I posted pictures in the Facebook group earlier this week, but we saw a deer, 2 actually, but the one I have the picture of, has little horns, and we got into a discussion about how their horns fall off and they fall off. Well, I know they shed their horns, not their horns. Oh my gosh, not their horns. Not their horns. They shed their antlers every year. I knew that. And I knew they grew back the next year. I guess I never realized that when they grow back the next year that they grow back larger. So each year they grow back larger, larger until they get to a certain age, I guess, and then it doesn't work anymore. Wanda, Ed Sheeran, I like Ed Sheeran too. Karen now knows the difference between pre-polish and post-polish on laminated glass. Yeah, don't know that. Don't know that at all. Julie, I love that too. They use current music in Bridgerton. Yes, I loved that. I thought that was really cool when I started realizing that. Another thing I learned, you probably didn't know this. Costco sells bear spray. Did you know that? That Costco sells bear spray? I am now the proud owner of bear spray and a bear bell. A bell that when you're out in the woods in the wilderness, if you're in bear country, which we were, that it's not a bad idea to have bear spray. You just better know how it works and be prepared to use it and not panic if you run into a bear. And then also have a bell so that you don't startle said bear. Okay? All right. So Costco sells bear spray. I also learned to pay attention when buying. Oh, I kind of worded that wrong. When buying concert tickets at Rice Eccles Stadium, to pay attention to where the seats are not really located. I guess that, well, anyhow, which direction they're facing. So 2 weeks ago, we went and saw it was Mitchell Tenpenny and Jordan Davis and Luke Combs at Rice Eccles Stadium, University of Utah. And I bought the tickets, and turns out the tickets are facing the west. Now, that concert started about 5 p.m., so still bright sun, and it was freaking hot because we were facing the sun. Yeah, way too hot. So we actually also have tickets next weekend to see, I don't know why I'm coloring these now, I'm just going to finish, to see Little Big Town and Chris Stapleton and George Strait at the same venue, same stadium. And Nick bought those tickets. Where do you think Nick bought the tickets? East facing. So we're good. We're good. All right, there we go, friends. That took a long time. That took a long time, friends. So, but we had fun. We played. That definitely took longer than I had planned, but that's all good. So there you go. The things I learned this month. The only other thing I think I will do right here, I'm going to search out a white word strip sticker just to kind of go right here. Do you see I have that little space, that open space? It just needs something. Now, I will look to see if in the sticker book for this collection, if there is a label sticker. I know there are word strip stickers, but I think I just want a plain white one. So, there are no label stickers. There are word strip stickers. Oh, look, there's tons more butterflies in there too that we could have used. Word strip stickers, but I want something plain. So I will not use from there. I will pull from here. Small talk. Let's see, something little. Stay curious. How about that? Things I learned this month. Stay curious. I did learn that. I mean, I already know that, but stay curious. When we were finding moose and the deer and learning about all those things. So there we go. There's my first list. Ding, ding, ding. All done. Okay. So now, and that whole list I worked on off the page. So I need to go in and adhere. Oh no, Mr. Bill. Don't panic. I just did not put the lid on these things. And so they just went everywhere. So we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and insert these guys, adhere them into our insert, but not here because that's the next list we're going to work on that we started last week. All righty. Karen, I learned that a kid I used to go to church with is on death row in Alabama. Wow. Tracy has had a pretty brass bear bell on her day pack since she was in high school. 45 years ago. My goodness. So Tracy, are you in bear country? Oh, look at that. Anne said she just learned there's another Downton Abbey movie coming out. No details yet. So guess what? That could actually, and it will be not the next list, but the one after that, that could actually tie into one of our lists on our list of lists to do today. Shows I wish would come back. So maybe Downton Abbey, if you're listing, would be on one of the shows I wish would come back list. And if it was, well, it's kind of coming back. It sounds like because there's a new movie. Okay, so just give me 2 secs to clean up these things, just to get them out of our way. It's so much easier if all this stuff is out of the way and not cluttering up. Oh, we got to clean this guy off, our little butterfly, and put him back right away. One thing I want to show you that's happening, I can see on my sheet, whoopsie, with my little bullet stamps. Some of them are moving. So some of them have moved from their spot. See how they're kind of over there, over here? That will happen when you get dust or lint on the back of your stamps. And it happens, I won't say it happens more with the bullet stamps. It's just that they are smaller. So if you even give it a little dust or lint, then they stop sticking where you want them to stick. So all I'm doing here is taking, in this case, my little chamois that, is just damp, and just cleaning off the back to get rid of that little lint, and then they'll stick. But that is kind of an important thing so you don't lose any of your stamps. Like you can see on here, I've lost one because I either didn't put it away right away or it fell off. So if that happens to you, just take a little damp paper towel or a chamois or whatever you use and clean off the back. Same thing happens if it's not, if it won't stick to your stamping block. Same thing. You just need to clean the back of it. Just clean the back. Hi, Cindy Moss from Finger, Tennessee. Terry's can't find some of her things. I hate it when that happens. I hate that. That's such a bummer. Babs. Hi, Babs. I love that name. I learned if you get a Mohs procedure on your head for a basal cell, you'll be incapacitated longer than you expect. Oh, I'm sorry. Babs, hopefully that happened earlier in the month and now you're feeling better. Oh, sorry to hear that. Especially when you're not expecting, like when you think you've underestimated the impact of something, that's always the worst. Because then you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. I learned, Karen, I had 5 on this list. It takes 8 days to receive the Colorado tax return and 18 days for a federal refund if you file in June. Fascinating. Fascinating. All right. So as I pick these things up, our next list, we are going back to a list that we started but did not finish when we were together last, and that was your happy place. So, in fact, one of the lists I showed, I'm just gonna, while I'm talking and cleaning up, I'm just gonna open it up to this page. This guy, this list that we did back in, I didn't date that, back in March. That list that we did back in March about happy place. And so I listed about my happy places, and in this case, they were travel related happy places. And so what we had talked about 2 weeks ago was that I was going to take one of those and dive into it a little bit further. So this is a list of my happy places. I'm going to take one of those and talk about why it is my happy place. So I'm going to list about the things that make it my happy place. One of those items on that list was driving in Harvey, our RV, on a road trip. I just love, and I don't drive. Well, I can, but I don't. Nick drives. But there's something about when we're headed out and when we're driving and we're listening to music or we're talking or listening to podcasts or whatever. I just love it. It's one of my happy places. So I thought now I would talk a little bit more about kind of what makes Harvey, our RV, my happy place. All right, I think I'm kind of cleaned up here. That will be good. Let me put one more thing away. So I had started last week, last time we were together, we had started with two-page list. And I'm going to save this, okay? Because I might end up using something like this. Hi, Mom. She said, hi, it's your very late mom. That's always so fun when you pop in. Mom, I was just telling everybody about, on this list, things I learned this month. About the Mick Jagger on the You're So Vain that I texted you about. Yeah. All right. Okay, so my happy place. So two-page list. When we were together 2 weeks ago, I introduced a term that you may not be familiar with, scrap lifting. And then I said, list lifting. Scrap lifting, list lifting. Basically, it's where you are inspired by either something that you have done in the past or something another person has done in the past. So basically, just taking a design idea or something that you've done before and then doing it over again. And so that's what I had done last week. My design for this list, I list lifted from this list that we did back in May of 2021. And it just so happened to also be a happy place list. But basically, same idea of taking a photo and putting it on one page and then creating a photo strip of photos on the opposite page. So that's what we have here. For my title, Happy Place, I used the All Smiles stamp set. So All Smiles stamp set that came out in May. Yes, May. Sorry. So my happy place. So that's where we stopped. I pulled product from, for this list, I pulled product from Vicky's Nature, her mixed media nature embellishment pack. So that is the tree. And the pattern paper came from this guy. This printed paper pad, this Vicky Booten that's not mixed media, but basically this paper pad with 48 sheets double-sided has papers that coordinate with all 4 of the themes of those mixed media packs. So I'm actually going to use another one for another list today. So background paper and then this guy. So one of the things that we did, it's stuck to the front. I really wanted to use this tree. To me, these are aspen trees, and where we live in Utah, we have tons of aspen trees, and in the fall, normally they're green, but in the fall, this is what they look like. And so you can kind of see that in this photo, all those aspen trees up there that have turned. So I knew I wanted to use this, but the problem was this guy was big. It was way too big for me to use in a smaller kind of area for my traveler's notebook. So all I did was cut it. I just trimmed it in half and there you go. So it already had sticky on it, so I had to just put it in the front of there. So now we're ready to kind of list. When I had done the list that I'm kind of scrap lifting this from or been inspired from, I did kind of a written explanation here of what the happy place was. And then this is where I did my list. So, here's my my sketch from last time. All right, there's not a lot of color in this, right? There's not a lot of color. Let me go back to this. I feel like there's something else that we need to add, but I don't know what it is. So I'm going to, these ephemera packs are giant. So this is one pack. This one is Nature that has all of these pieces to it. There's washi strips, there's acetate, there's all different kinds of things. So that's everything. I I have some ink splatters. Maybe I'll do, let's see, maybe I can work in an ink splatter. But I just saw something that maybe I could cut out. I remember there was something else that I thought I had pulled, but now I don't know what it was. Oh, look at this. Okay, it's just, unfortunately, it's red. So I won't use that happy place. Use this guy because the color works. Or I could use a great day because that works too. More color driven, right? It's more color driven as opposed to, that might be kind of fun just to break up my list there. I don't know. Or life documented. Maybe we just go down here along the bottom, something like that. Life documented. I like that. That's what we'll do. Jamie, so wise. Jamie says she learned this month that self-care is the opposite of being selfish. You know what? 100% it is. It's anything but. Because what happens is, right? What happens? Even though we're all grown women and we know this, it's practice. It's harder to do it. We know that if we don't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of anyone else, right? That's because eventually that's what happens, right? That's what happens. Eventually, if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anyone else. So we have to self-care, right? We have to. It's just sometimes it's harder for some people than others, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. And then that can only last so long, right? That can only last so long, and then problem, right? Then problem. So I'm just pulling a couple of things. So you see how I need just a couple more things in there because it's just too plain. We need a little something, something. All right. Oh yeah, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. I was thinking of this guy, but I would cut, I don't know, lots of butterflies. I probably won't do that. Let's just do this. Let's do, oh, maybe, how about that if that goes there? All right, now if I put that there, something else has to go here. In my mind, something else has to go here because there's a design concept called a visual triangle, not virtual, a visual triangle. So what I have going here, I have something up here and something here, kitty corner. Some people say catty corner. I feel like we need something kind of in here. We have this kind of diagonal going on right now. So if we did something right there, what could it be? I don't know. I don't know that I want to mess with that. I'm going to do something for a sec. I'm fussy cutting this little flower away from the mushrooms. The mushrooms sure are cute. I know the story behind Vicky and her mushrooms. Would you like to hear it? Vicky was in New Zealand. They have these mushrooms in New Zealand. The red mushrooms with the white dots. And she was there. She was teaching at an event or something and stayed longer. And I think the store that she was teaching with was touring around and they were sightseeing and things. And out of the car window, Vicky saw there was a little forest and she saw red mushrooms with white polka dots. And she's like, stop the car, stop the car. And she got out and took pictures. And you'll see those red and white mushrooms in a number of her collections. Did you know that story? I'm just fussy cutting around this. We'll see if I can't work this in somehow. Yes, I can pull in color with my bullet stamps for sure, Terry, 100%. Yep, we will for sure do that. Another thought that I have is I can pull maybe some color in there by stamping some little word strips. All right. if that little guy goes there, then we might need this one. I sure like these flowers. They're sure cute. And I'm not ruining too much the rest of the die cut because I can still use those mushrooms for something else later. I'll just need to trim them a little bit, right? So sometimes if you don't have what you want, look again at what you have and figure out if you can get it out of what you have. Like here, right? I wanted some smaller something. And I have enough green in there. And then that really kind of helps to emphasize that outdoors a little bit. And so I was able to find it. I'm reading part of, let's see, Terry said, Jamie, we are all big self-care supporters here. We are, right? We totally are. Terry said, again, one of my favorite quotes is, self-care is not selfish, it is sacred. Yes, you know what? That is, self-care is important. It's very important. And you know what? Here's the thing too, you guys. What we do here on Saturdays, for me, this is total self-care. This is total self-care. It is fun. It's playing. It's self-care. Believe me, I have about 10,000 other things that I probably should be doing besides, you know, fussy cutting a little flower right now. But I need it, right? I need it. And so when you guys are here hanging out with me, it's self-care for you too, right? Anytime you're doing something that, that you enjoy, it's self-care. All right, so we'll see where this guy goes. I still have my issue. This just is not going to happen over here. I think I'll have to figure out something else that can go here because it will be something, but I don't know what it is yet. I kind of like this little right now. There, like that. Sure, that works. Okay. Let's get our little thing here. One thing, let me just look at something very quickly. What is one of our lists for, okay, well, kind of, one of our list topics, 2 weeks from now, because we're not together next week, is, what did I just see that? Oh, places I go to escape, right? So that could kind of tie in with your self-care thing, right? Totally. Places I go to escape kind of can tie in with self-care, even if it's into your room to read a book or something. Right? Self-care doesn't have to be like some big elaborate, go to a spa and spend a lot of money. It can literally just be sitting in the backyard, reading a book. We have done at least once, I think, like self-care lists, things that you do for self-care. This guy I want to just lift up. Oh, come on. I didn't want to put that down quite yet. I'd like part of this flower to kind of overlay on that. There we go. Okay. All right, we've got a little bit of color. We still have something over here that we're going to have to do. I just don't know what that is yet. We'll figure that out. All right. Jamie said my body just doesn't know how to relax anymore. Now I'm cleaning up everything that gives me stress and stop the procrastination that comes with it. Okay, let me rephrase that. I think that is very common, Jamie. That is very common. I'm 100% with you. It's very hard for me to relax. I think one of the reasons why this, for me, is such a happy place, because when you're out in the middle of nowhere, there's no laundry to be done because it's at home. There's only so much that, needs to be done when you're out in the middle of nowhere. So, that's one of the reasons why it's my happy place. Oh, Wanda, I love that. Wanda said, Lael, on the Saturdays you are on, I plan my day around you, what I do and what we have for dinner. My family is fine with that. Thanks, Lael. Do you know what? That makes me so happy, Wanda. Thank you for sharing that. That is really special. That's really special. That makes me feel very nice. It's always fun to have you here, Wanda. I just appreciate you sharing that so much. That's so nice. Um, uh, da-da-da-da. Karen, I love putting makeup on in the morning because I like how I feel when I look in the mirror when I'm done. There we go. Love it. That's good, right? That's self-care. Self-care can be, you know what? Self-care can be whatever you want it to be. If it makes you feel good and it's doing something for you, then if it's going to the grocery store and that makes you feel good about yourself, you're taking care of yourself, then guess what? That's self-care. You get to define what self-care is. All right, so my happy place. This I'm going to just do a little, oh wait, hang on. Before. What I thought I would do, I brought out All Smiles. Let me tell you really quickly. Well, first of all, I have 2 in here. Oh, I remember why I have 2 in here. In my stamp storage sleeves, when I get a new stamp, and I store all of my stamps this way, whether they're my Lail by Mail brand stamps or for my personal stash, Carrie Bradford stamps, whatever it is. I always open the package and I create a little white piece of cardstock that's the size of the stamp, and I put it in the back, and then the stamp goes in the front. That white piece of cardstock is there because there's 2 in this one. If when I try to pull out the stamps, if they are sticking, like the plastic cover sheet of the stamp is sticking to the plastic of the stamp sleeve. So I just grab that little white piece of cardstock and just pop it right there in the front. That kind of breaks that stick. And then I can pull it out, no problem. So I need to get rid of one of these. I don't remember which one it is. Oh, I will know because, okay, and that one needs to be out here. Okay, doesn't matter. So what I thought might be fun was to pull in All Smiles, because All Smiles has all these great things like happy, so good, HE double hockey sticks, yes, totally obsessed. Enjoying this, smile big, good stuff. Oh, I know what I did. It's taking me back a couple weeks. This is the one I want because I just replaced the stamp. Anyhow, I thought it might be kind of fun to use a couple of those to break up my writing over here and over here. And if I did that, I would use, I think I'm going to say fossilized amber. Let's look. I bet fossilized amber is pretty close to that yellow. Fossilized amber, yes. All right, so I think that could be kind of fun. Now, before I do that, I am going to, will that be weird? No, I think it'll be okay. I am going to underline just very slightly that title so that it really stands out before I start doing anything else. Okay, my happy place. Let's figure out what, do I want to start writing first and then stamp, or do I want to stamp and then start writing? All right, let's do this. Let's take Loving This, and I think we might put Loving This right up here on the top. I haven't much used this stamp set yet. I've used it a little bit here and there, but not much. All right, Loving This. Let's test it first. I am to the end, almost to the very end of my handy dandy notebook, my workbook. Oh yeah, Loving This, that'll be cool. We can do next week and then 1 week after that, and then it's full. That goes back to October of 2021. So it's time to make a new one. Time to make a new one. All right, so we're gonna do Loving This over here at the top. There we go, cute little Loving This. All right, so then I feel like I should stamp here first a couple of words and then just kind of work around work my writing around that. Crafty goes to her room a lot. That's good. That's good. Diane, what are called sheds? what are called sheds? I don't know if I missed something. All right, we need to do little ones, right? We need little ones. All the feels could work here. Enjoying this could work here. The best could work here. Happy could work here. AT doubles hockey sticks could work here. Thumbs up, yes please, so good. I think that's what I'll do. I think we'll do thumbs up. Where are they? Thumbs up. So good. And yes please. People go shed hunting. Are those mushrooms? Are they the mushrooms sheds? Those red mushrooms? Is that what? I might have missed something, so I'm not sure. The red mushrooms, are they sheds? And they go shed hunting? That'd be so fun to see those in real life. I would love to see sheds, I think. I'm probably making a fool out of myself because you're probably talking about something else. All right, so thumbs up. Let's do thumbs up. How about if we'll do thumbs up right here? Thumbs up. And then we'll do outhouse hunting. What? What are we calling? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I missed something big if we're talking about outhouses. And then shed, I said, I think that, I'm like, are those called sheds? Are those mushrooms a special type of named mushroom shed? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I'll look like the fool for all of us. They look for old outhouse sites to find treasures. How did I miss this conversation? I don't know. I must have been busy with my head down. I totally missed the conversation about the outhouse hunting. Is that how some people relax? They go outhouse hunting. Hey, you know what? No judgment. No judgment here. Whatever it takes for you to relax, you should do, right? Whatever it takes, as long as it's within the law. And it's not hurting someone else, right? Treasure hunting. Like, okay, someone explain to me why there are treasures near old outhouses. I don't understand that. Why? And no, I know Karen, yes, Karen loves to geocache, which I think sounds like a ton of fun. But what is it about? What, please, what is it about outhouse hunting? People used to throw old items down the outhouse. Okay, so people are throwing old items down the outhouse. Now, I do realize if it's an old outhouse that all of that has probably biodegraded, but still, that was their trash disposal. Yeek, okay. So, speaking of trash disposal, if you've been with me, I think 2 years ago, we went on a trip in Harvey we went up the Oregon coast. But we started in northern California, right below the redwood forest. We went to Fort Bragg, where Sea Glass Beach is. Sea Glass Beach or Glass Beach. If you don't know what that is, give it a quick Google. It is the most, if you are a glass or if you are a sea or beach glass lover, it is like the place of your dreams. Because in that town, up until the 1950s, their dump was the ocean. Okay, I mean, that sounds horrible. Their dump was the ocean. So old cars, old appliances, garbage, whatever would go into the ocean up until the 1950s. So the sea glass, in that on a particular spot on the beach in Fort Bragg is the most incredible thing you have ever seen in your life if you like beach glass. So yeah, I get it. I guess I get the people have got to throw things. I mean, no, the outhouse thing. Back to the outhouse thing. Yes. Kathy, I love it. Kathy said, Wanda, I do the same on Saturdays. Lael at 9 a.m. is on the family calendar. Oh, you guys are awesome. I love that so much. That makes me happy. All right, so midway into the pandemic, we made the decision to buy an RV. We'd been thinking, and I'm just off the top of my head writing, we'd been thinking about it for years. The pandemic accelerated things because it was so hard to travel. We named him Harvey. We've enjoyed our adventures so very much. It's a decision we have never regretted and love him so. I kind of ran out of room there. Okay, so here we go. That's my little background on Harvey. And now I need to do my little list about what I love about Harvey. Why is my little happy place, or our happy place, or a happy place? All right, so I need a bullet stamp, but I think here, there is not an RV bullet stamp. I don't need one. I think here what I will do is, how about this? Bulletin More 3. There's this little kind of leaf, this little leaf stem thing. How about if I use that? I think that would be good. And I might make it, I know, I'll make it green. We'll do green, and that will bring some more color, and then maybe that'll help tie it all in together. Oh, guess what? This could be my visual triangle. Look it. Now, I might need to add a little bigger heart there just to help emphasize it. But before, remember when I was trying to do something here, I was struggling with here? But that could be my visual triangle up there. That's my little anchor. All right, so here's my little leaf. And I need to figure out a color. We need to figure out a green. I swear I could do this all day. I could be here all day. Karen, that would make you happy. I won't, but I could. I feel like I could just keep on playing. You guys could come back here at not midnight. You guys could come back here in hours and I'd still be here just talking to myself, because that's what I do. All right, so a green. I don't want the green to be like super in your face. I'd like it to be a little bit subtle. Maybe rustic wilderness. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like that. I think that's gonna be too much. Shabby shutters, you really won't see it enough. I need, not sage, not crushed olive, peeled paint maybe? I mean, I just don't want it to be a super bright green. So maybe we'll try peeled paint. Let's see. Let's see what that looks like. Peeled paint, where are you? Okay, here we go. I passed crushed olive. I wonder what crushed olive would look like. All right, we have our little leaf thing going here. Let's try peeled paint and see what we get. All right, well, I mean, I'm not gonna find the same color, but I don't need to. All right, I'm not gonna clean that. I'm just gonna rub off all the ink. Let's look at crushed olive. Yeah, crushed olive is, well, like a crushed olive, isn't it? Yeah, definitely not crushed olive. I think we'll go with peeled paint, because I think rustic wilderness, but I think rustic wilderness is just not right. We could try it. I'll try rustic wilderness. Let's see what we got. This is where, this is a prime example of why it is beneficial to have your inks swatched, right? Look at all these grains I'm going through trying to find a green I like. And if I didn't have them swatched, then I'd be pulling out the cases, whatever, looking at the lids, trying to figure out if it was the right color. So I find swatching just makes it so much easier. Plus it's fun. Oh, okay, now look it. I think maybe it does need to be rustic wilderness. I think it does. I think we're going with rustic wilderness. All right, here we go. Here is what I like. This is why Harvey is my happy place. Oh, that'll be so cute. Okay. What did I write? I mean, I know why he's my happy place. I'm just curious. Drive, together, nature, no tech, hike, explore, collect. Okay, there we go. I love when we're driving, headed out somewhere. The anticipation, music, and company. All right. Next up, what else do I love about Harvey? Why Harvey's my happy place? Let's see. It's a time where it's just the two of us together. Now, not always, but I don't know. There's something about you pull yourself out of the everyday, you pull yourself out of, the routine. And then when you're just together, then it's just something about that I just like. We have been to so many great places, spending time in nature. This didn't intend to be a bulleted list, but that's what it's turning out to be, as opposed to a run-on. In most places, we have no cell signal. What a blessing to unplug, right? It's amazing. And in fact, when we were gone this last week, we had friends that were meeting us, and they came later. And we had kind of a plan A and a plan B and a plan C. If we're not here, then we'll be here. If we're not here, we'll be here. In case, we couldn't be where Nick and the guy had decided that we wanted to go based on looking at a map. And so they weren't there, and you're like, well, I guess they end up somewhere else. I'll end up somewhere else because we have no cell signal, and it just kind of is what it is. So I relax so much more. It's funny though, because even if you have signal for Wi-Fi or internet or whatever, if you turned it off, you'd get the same thing of not being, on your technology. But there's something about knowing that, I can't take a phone call and I can't look at the internet and I can't look at my email if you absolutely can't. So the no tech. Let's see. I love hiking, exploring, and finding and collecting things on our trips. All right, so that's what I love. That's what I love about Harvey, my happy place. The green doesn't show up as well over here, but it is what it is. I could color them in, I guess. Maybe I'll go back and color them in later, and then you'll really see those leaves. All right, so let me clean off this little guy, this little bullet stamp, and then I have a little bit of space right there. So that's probably where I'll do a little date. I'll do date stamp. So this is something I saw come up in the Facebook group earlier this week. Someone had posed a question. When you are journaling or writing or listing or whatever it is, and let's say I was listing. Let's pretend like this was I'm listing about the trip that we took a year ago. Let's just pretend that's what that was. Do I put the date of when we took the trip a year ago, or do I put the date of when I'm actually documenting this? So I'll throw that out there. Those of you that are watching live, what do you do when you are writing? If you're dating something, are you putting today's date, or are you putting the date of the photo, or the date that actually, whatever you're writing about took place? Because I think it was we were seeing both. We were seeing both things. So this one I'll just say June 22nd, because even though I kind of started it 2 weeks ago, that's okay. We'll do June 22nd. Oh, I've got that same thing happening again. Both. Aha, Wanda does both. Terry does date of the trip photo. Sarah does both. Pam does both. Pamela does the date of the photo. I saw in the Facebook group, some people said that maybe on the back of the page, they would put when they were documenting it, if it was different from when it happened. Got that little thing there. I don't want that there. Hang on. There we go. Okay, so we're going to do this right here. June 22nd, 2024. Hi, Carmen. Carmen incorporates both. Wanda, I love that. Wanda said, I'm going to take a trip down memory lane and make some lists of the things I can remember. Childhood vacations when the kids were little. It makes me happy to think about old memories. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. You're telling a story, right? All right, as I start picking this up, so when Nick and when we go out, our preference is, and there's a lot of different ways that, people go out in RVs or camp or what have you, but our preference is, we do something called boondocking. Boondocking is when you are going somewhere pretty much in the middle of nowhere. There are no hookups, meaning there's no electricity. We have electricity in Harvey because of the generator. No electricity. There's no running water that you're hooking up to. There's water tanks on board, but no running water. So there are no services. In Utah, and this is kind of the case in lots of different parts of the western part of the United States at least, there is a lot of BLM land, so Bureau of Land Management land, that you can just go and camp on. In some spots, there may be areas where there's like designated camp areas. Oh, another thing I learned this week. In other spots, what did Nick call it? It starts with a B. Something that you can camp anywhere in the middle of a field, dispersed camping. You can camp anywhere, like in the middle of a forest or something, as long as someone else has already camped there. So if there's a fire ring or something like that, then you can camp wherever. So that's what we do that. Nancy said that we call it dry camping, right? So basically you're going somewhere, so that's what all these are. This one, we're basically in the middle of, just nature. No one was around us. This was the same trip. So here we are, and that is all open space. There's no one around us. Same there. We're on the very edge of something called the Little Grand Canyon in Utah. This one, I think this one is also that. That was one of our favorite places. Anyhow, so there you go. And it's camping, but not really. No hookups. Yes. No hookups, says Sarah. So it's camping, but not really. I mean, I love being out in nature, but I like a bed. So, you know, there's a full queen size bed, and you have your kitchen and your bathroom and shower and toilet and all of that. So it's camping, but not really. But we have enjoyed that. Oh my goodness, so much. So much. That's just one of those, you know, we'd never had an RV before. So we really didn't know. We're like, is this, I mean, because they're not cheap, right? They're not cheap. Like, I hope this is something that we'll enjoy. I hope it's not something we'll regret. And we have never looked back. Never looked back. Okay. So there you go. Happy Place. Did you guys list about Happy Place? Did you list with me? And if so, what did you list about? What did you list about? Sarah said, I like a toilet I don't have to find at 2 a.m. with the bear spray and the bear bell, right? Exactly. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. Next up, we have in the news for the month of May. So in the news is a list that we do on a monthly basis. It originally, I was not doing a separate in the news list. Originally, probably the first 3 months or so, my news, I guess, was incorporated into About Last Month. Okay, so my About Last Month are always just kind of a big run-on list of things that happened in my world or my family's world during a month. So I was putting the news in that as well, and it just got to be too much. It was too much. I never had enough room. So not long after we started doing an in the news list, I started doing a separate list of news events that took place during the month, each month. And so, like, here's an example. This was in the news for March. I usually do some kind of run-on list or numbered or bulleted list over here. And then I have photos on the right-hand side. So I keep challenging myself to come up with different looks for this type of list because they tend, in my head, to look the same a lot. So this list, let me look at my notes. This list, I had saved in my kind of the look, what I was inspired by, the kind of overall design of this list. I had saved in one of my folders on Instagram. It was one of the design team members on Carrie Bradford. So Carrie Bradford is a good friend of mine. And one of her design team members, Cherie, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Maybe Cherie Forcier, I don't know. Anyhow, she had a project with stamps on it that I had saved because I just loved the look of it, loved the design of it. So kind of taking her general design and using it as inspiration for this list. Starting out with photos. So on the right side of her spread, I think it was a traveler's notebook, she had 3 photos. And over the years, I've done a lot of in the news lists. Let me just look. In the news, page 48. All right. So they all just kind of started looking alike to me. I'd have a lot of times the little typewriter over here. I'd have 8 photos over here, 8 photos typewriter, 8 photos typewriter, 8 photos typewriter. So I think for all of 22, I was basically doing the exact same format every month, which makes it easy, right? But then it tends to get kind of a little boring. So in 2023, I started mixing it up a little bit. So there's kind of a different one. I came out with a new stamp set, and in the news 2 stamp set. So we kind of have some more little icons and things to play with. And so they changed a little bit, but still was using that typewriter a lot from the original in the new stamp set because I just loved that one so much. This year, I've really tried to start to shake things up a little bit just because I get bored, right? We just get bored sometimes with what we're doing. So the last 2 months have been quite a bit different. So even though this has the typewriter here, in this case, I have big photos, 4 big photos. And then in April, I really changed it up. Even though there were lots of news things that happened in April, I just decided to talk about 2 because there was something that happened in April that was pretty big, pretty unusual, related to two female artists, two female singers. Beyonce was the first Black woman to come in at #1 on the top country albums chart. And then Taylor Swift released a double album drop with Tortured Poets Department. So that's what I did. And that looks, even though it's still typewriter, two big photos and kind of things were different over here. So continuing in my head to try to work, change things up, because sometimes I get bored. So in this case, I have 3 photos, just 3 photos. And we'll talk about those in a minute. I need to trim those. But I need something, I need a pattern paper to go here. Here, I think I'm going to stamp directly on the page and write my list here. But here I need a pattern paper. So I think what I'm going to do, maybe just to keep it easy, I've grabbed this Vicky's paper pad. Double-sided. There's just lots of different patterns and things in here, so I figured I might as well just work with something there. That was part of what I used on our last list. I'm just looking at, basically there's no color and then lots of color, right? So I want to find something. Now that has a lot going on, so that's probably a little bit more than I want to go with. So this particular paper pad is... This particular paper pad, if I did that, I'd have a little bit of, that might work. I don't know. Let's see. This particular paper pad, like I said before, coordinates with all 4. I know I don't need this on the next list. Coordinates with all 4 of Vicky's, the mixed media embellishment packs, which I just used nature. Which is fun because it's kind of everything in one pad. Oh, or maybe I want this for the next list. Okay, don't mind me as I'm pulling things out now. This could be actually, okay, let's stop. We're going to use one of these two. We're going to use one of these two for that list. Let's move this out of the way. So this is a compilation of a whole bunch of different patterns from Vicky's past collections. There is not a 6x8 version of this pad. That is why I'm using the 12x12s. All right, let's put that away. Let's put that away and let's figure out what we want to do here, because if we did this and then we did these 3. Well, we could make this really bright by using kind of that color for some of my stamping over here. I don't know. That's a little bit out of my comfort zone if I use that color. We were looking at maybe this. And then let me just kind of block this off so I can kind of get a feel for what it would look like. So if we had that there and that there. See how that takes on now a totally different look? It's not as crazy. If these were here, we'd still see, I think we should go with that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Carmen, yes, Carmen, for the past 11 years, the RV is her home, which is awesome. A lot of people do that, right? A lot of people do that. Some people retire and do that, and some people just do that. Your home on wheels, because then you move it, right, Carmen? You go to different places. You land in a place for a while, right? It's not like you're moving every day or every week. All right, so we need this to be 4 3/4 by 8. So what's interesting, I can keep, maybe I keep the top of that. I could keep the top of that kind of little strip. Let's see what we think. 8. If we want to keep that in there. I better, oops, let me trim these now too. So I resized these photos to 2 inches tall by 3 inches wide. That is going to look so weird. because it came out of the printer crooked. It's straight, but it came out of the printer crooked. Is that going to be weird? It's not straight there. When I say it didn't come out of the printer crooked, the paper went in crooked is what I mean to say. So that the image did not print straight. There we go. I just trimmed it down a little bit. Oopsie. Oh my goodness. That guy went for a ride. All right, so this guy starts here. That kind of works, right? With that kind of coloring. All right. So I trimmed, like I said, I trimmed these down to, or no, I printed them. I resized them to 2 inches by 3 inches. And then printed them on 4x6 photo paper on the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer using the Epson Creative Print app, which are linked in the description box of the video down below. Let's see. Wanda said she thought about selling our house and living in an RV, but my daughter and granddaughter live with us and she needs to be more stable. That makes sense, Wanda. That totally makes sense. Karen said I plan to buy a tiny home, which is literally a home on wheels. Skagina, I have a 35-foot trailer I would love to live in, but I have too many craft supplies for that. Maybe your craft supplies need to live in the trailer. Oh, that's so fun. A nice size she shed, right? Exactly, your trailer. All right, so those actually kind of work pretty well. We may end up doing a little bit of this. So as I am starting to work, always have to add this little caveat. When it comes to news can be very polarizing. News can be very political, right? A lot of times political. I just don't know. That's just not normally a color palette I would run with, but that's okay. Get out of my box. I'm going to get out of my box. Yes, can tend to be very polarizing or political. So when I do it in the news list, just the facts. I am just stating news things that happened, in this case, in the month of May. And I ask that you guys in the chat, just like I will refrain from giving any commentary, well, except for one thing. I'm going to give a commentary on that. From giving any commentary on news items because I don't want to be here preaching my beliefs. And I would ask that you guys do the same, right? So no commentary in the chat about any political things. I appreciate it. It's never happened, but I always like to just preface with that, just so I'm sure none of you blocked out your calendars like Wanda to come here and listen to me raving about a thing in the news. And likewise, that you guys didn't come here for that either, to hear someone else do it. Except I am going to rave about that. That was one of the big things. This will be the first time that I have one of my photos in the news lists. Because normally they're just photos I grab from the internet, right? That is my photo. All right, so now let's go ahead and I think that I need to do that instead of having them like that. Yeah, they need to be a little bit staggered. And then I have another plan. Okay, so in the news, I get lots of questions about where I find my news. Usually, it's either on social media, like you'll see something that'll say, oh, look, the Dow Jones hit 40,000. First time ever. And I'll be like, oh, that's a news item. And then I'll write it in a note on my phone. Other times I get my news, like when I get ready in the morning, if the Today Show's on and I hear something, I pull up a note on my phone and it goes on that. But another place I get my news is from emails. So you can subscribe to lots of different emails out there and receive either daily or every other day or a couple times a week news related emails. I have put a list of those together and you will find those pinned in the Lail by Mail Facebook group. So pinned to the top, the Lail by Mail Facebook group. Also, whenever I do an in the news list, so the blog post from Thursday that would have all of our listing topics for today, because we're doing it in the news list, it also has a link to that document or that list. So it's a PDF, you can download it, and it will give you links to varying websites that you can go and subscribe to news feeds. I have done my very best to cover the spectrum. So some are very far right, some are very far left, some are in the center. I definitely don't subscribe to all of them. I subscribe to a couple of them, and it's not important which one I subscribe to or which ones, and it's also not important which ones you subscribe to. It's just a list or a resource out there for you if you are looking for a proactive, meaning it sends you an email as opposed to having to go look for it. Okay. Hello, Juliana. Juliana popped in and said, hello, I'm from Brazil and I love your channel. It's so nice to have you with us. Welcome. All right, so what I thought I would do here, because I knew I would have all this extra space, because that's how I sized the photos. I thought that I would stamp some little word strips. So the In the News 2 stamp set has some little word strips. So I thought that I would, oh gosh, don't do that. I'm like, oh, there's white cardstock. I don't want to do that on those. Although, interesting. What if we tried to do this? What if I stamped in the leftovers from that little grid, my Lail by Mail grid paper? What if I stamped in there and then cut those out, used them there? Let's try it. I was just going to do white cardstock, but that's just kind of a little bit of just still super neutral, but it's just a little bit, something a little bit more fun, but still neutral. Oh, Gina, you need to share that. Gina said, she follows a lady on YouTube. She's a crafter. Her and her hubby are campground hosts. That's not Corey, right? That's not the Reset Girl. So they travel around and live in their camper. She shows all her tips for storing things. I would love to know what that is, Gina. Will you send me send me an email? I would love to know what those are. All right, so I have 3 photos. So that means I need 3 little word strips here. How about breaking news? Breaking news. How about, here's the story. I'm looking for ones that are a little bit longer. And how about just the facts? Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. All right. So here we go. Whoops, just the facts. That's upside down. Oh, what did I get on there? All right. So let's grab our black. Oh, that's crazy. Who even am I? I have not used any black stamping ink today. Usually everything I do is in black. All right. So just the facts. Just the facts. Yep, looks good. All right, so my idea again was if I do this here, just the facts. There's my little word strip. Now all I have to do is cut it out. Oops, I don't know if you could see that. I might have been too high. Might have been too high. All right. Just the facts. There we go. Nick must be napping now because it's been awfully quiet after he found the filter for the cat's water thing, isn't it? And you know what? Okay, so look at this, friends. Well, you can't really see it, but remember when we started? Oh my goodness, 3 hours ago. We started 3 hours ago, 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. And remember when I said, Reggie, get in your bucket? Guess who is still in his bucket? He's been sleeping in there for 3 hours. He's just nice and happy. Sorry, Reggie's the cat, not the husband. And Nick would be napping because he, if you weren't with me at the beginning, because he had to get up at 4 a.m. He was in Phoenix had to get up at 4 a.m. to get a 6 a.m. flight. So he is, I'm sure he's napping. Because, you know, I also have a list of things for him to do. Honeydews. He does not like it when I make him lists. But I'm like, honey, if there's things I need you to do, then why wouldn't I make a list? I don't like you to make me a list. Okay, all right. I'll just make a list and then I'll just remember it. I just think he doesn't like me filling up his days with things that I think he has to do, right? Okay. All right. Let me get my little scissors out here because I think it's going to be easier to cut these out with my little scissors, and I can use little grid lines kind of follow, right? So I make sure that it's straight. Just the facts. And this is just with my leftovers, right? My leftover from the first list that we did. The things I learned this month. Here's the story and breaking news. Now, this is the kind of thing that maybe you're super tired and you don't feel like you're be very creative, or you're going to a crop or a retreat or something like that, and you just don't want to have to really think about things. This is a great thing. Like if you want to create your own word strips, just get out your word strip stamps, get out your ink and some paper, and just hope I didn't make those too small. And just pre-stamp a bunch of them, right? Pre-stamp a bunch of them, and then you've got them for later. He wants to come up with a honey-do list himself. Yeah, right. Something tells me the things on his honey-do list would not be the things on my list for him, right? On my list for him. I don't know. I probably came out of the womb making lists. That's just how my mind works. That's how my brain thinks. And so I try to convince everyone. You know, the boys in school would be like, I've got so much homework and I don't know what to do and I'm stressed out. And I'd be like, well, did you make a list? Because if you make a list of everything, then it gets out of your head and it puts it on paper and it's much. And they're like, Mom. Nobody does that. Mom, I don't need to do that. Mom. Anyhow. All right. So if we did maybe here's the story. And then if we did breaking news, and then if we did just the facts. All right, then I feel like we need a little, something else there. So let's look and see. We have some little icons, but I don't want to use those icons yet because, I don't know, they'll probably just end up staying there. Let's just put them on. Because, you know, normally I'd say, oh, it needs a little something else. Let's put a little heart next to it. That'll kind of fill it out. Well, yeah, you probably don't want to. I could put a heart on the top one, but I don't want to put a heart. I mean, the other things are news, so hearts just aren't necessarily appropriate, right? Hearts aren't necessarily appropriate. Actually, what if we do like this? Maybe we'll not put those in the center. We'll kind of move them around a bit. So we just made our own little word strip stickers. And these are, well, here's the story. And just the facts really have nothing to do with the news. But you can make your own word strip stickers or your own word strip type stickers, right? I have I have a stamp set called word strip highlights that would make great little doohickeys like this, right? Just the facts. Let's put this up here. Just the facts. Maybe we'll just the facts. All right, there we go. All right, so there's the one side of my list. On the other side, let's look at my little idea. All right, so I have a little newspaper. I have one of the stamps that says in the news, and then here, and then just the facts. So let's grab just the facts. So I thought maybe just the facts would go in the bottom like that. I don't know, in hindsight, I wish I made those a little bit bigger, the photos, but that's okay. That's okay. Those are 2 by 3. Where's my picture? Oh, and then this little newspaper. Even though I don't really get my newspaper from the news, it's still just a little icon. In the news, my little newspaper could go like that, and then I do my list here. I don't know. I don't know if that newspaper is exactly what I want. It feels like it's a little big. What about the little TV? What if the little TV goes here? Ooh, I don't think I'm going to like that either. Well, let's see. Let us see. I need to do some more work over here because this is bugging me. So I think what I'm going to end up doing over here is I'm going to make little boxes around these photos just so they're a little bit, they take up a little bit more space and they're a little bit more pronounced. Whoopsie. My little finger got in the way there. There's a little blip in my outlining. Little blip. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Do we like it better? Oh yeah, I think it helps it. I think it helps it. It just, there was something about it that was just, I don't know. It's probably the outline thing because you know me. I have to outline all the things all the time. That's just what I do. I'd say 20 years at least outlining. I can go back to my like scrapbook layouts from 20 or more years ago, and there they are. There's my outlining. So if you're like outlining, what is she talking about? If you're maybe a newer and not sure, that's right there. When I kind of outline, like I outlined the perimeter of that page, I outline lots of things. Oh yeah, that helps a little bit. I think, okay. I think what is, it is a beautiful pattern paper. It is out of my comfort zone. And I think that's why I'm going back to a tried and true, trying to bring it back into something that has structure, a little bit more like structure to it, like an outline. I think that's what's happening in my head if I had to diagnose my issue here. That would be my thought process. Now, okay, I better just do it this way. Okay, there we go. Better, yeah, better in my head. All right, so now, color-wise, I just don't think I can do that. I don't know. Let me look. Let's just look. Maybe since I'm already outside of my comfort zone, maybe we should just dive right in. Dive right in. That would be something, I don't know, picked raspberry. No, it needs to be more, I don't know, maroony, but maroony. There's not really a, you know what? There's not really a good maroony. Aged mahogany, but that just does not, no. All right, what do I want to do? Oh, how about if we pull a teal out? Maybe we pull a teal out. Crafty said it's good to be a cat. Yes, it is. And Karen said Nick needs to create his own to-do list live. Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be amusing? What about evergreen bough? Oh, I can't. It's got to just be black. I know I can't. I just know me. I know me. Okay, you just know yourself, right? You know that. Okay, let's see if this fits. Does just the facts fit? Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. Yes, it's a little bit shy, but it'll work. It will work. I think I always have, maybe why I try to switch up in the news so much is that the news is always just heavy, right? Heavy. And so I feel like, well, I can't really add, butterflies and rainbows to the page, although I could, right? I could do whatever I want because you're the boss of you. I'm the boss of me. We can do whatever we want. All right. Oh, okay. I am stamping directly on the page here. So what that means is I'm going to pull out a pencil board. Pencil board is a fancy name for something flat that you can slide under something. So it gives you a flat surface to stamp on, okay? So over here, I have some things going on. I have a little bit of dimension, right? Here, I have a little dimension. There's some things that have happened prior to this page that could prevent me from getting a nice, I need to come down here, from getting a nice flat stamped impression. I still need to be a little bit careful because I have this ledge right here. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to I'm going to stamp this. Wouldn't do this very often. I'm going to stamp this on a piece of paper. The reason I'm going to do that is, even though I have a pencil board, the pencil board, if I put it here and stamp, it will give me a flat surface and kind of eliminate any bumps on this side. But I have this going on here. Look I have a photo and then washi and then that bump and that bump and then that bump. So chances are if I were to try to stamp right here, I'd run into one of those bumps and then that word or phrase would not look the way that I wanted it to because it would run into one of those little ledges. All right, so I am going to kind of continue on with what we were doing on the opposite page, where I stamp on another piece of paper and then cut that out. What we had talked about earlier was if you are maybe just getting started stamping, or if you're not super confident in your stamping abilities and it makes you nervous to stamp directly on a project, stamp it on a piece of paper and then cut it out and then put it down like I'm doing here. Now I did that for a different reason, or let's say maybe I had tried to stamp on there and I was going too fast and I wasn't thinking about what was happening underneath, and I stamp and then something really weird happens. It doesn't kind of do what I want it to do. If that was the case, then I could just put that there. Now, I know that I'm not going to like that there because I think it's going to look odd just by itself. So what if we took this and we do everything else on here? I think that's going to help. You guys see what I mean? Like, it's just going to be a little bit odd if all of this is stamped and then that's just kind of out there stamped on something else. So we're going to take this, which was the back side of this, but it works because that pattern that was up at the top is that pattern. I'm going to do another piece of pattern paper there. So I will trim this too. I just totally drew a blank. 4 3/4 by 8. Yikes. 4 3/4 by 8. That's how you can tell I'm like, oh, it's food time. The brain is not working as well. It needs to be nourished. All right, 4 3/4 by 8. And now that I've done that, I do not have to do this. Maybe I'll keep it though. I don't know, we'll see. Because I could now stamp directly on there because I could work on this off of the page and then adhere it. Wanda, I need to redo my craft room again. I need a bigger desk. That reminds me of a really funny story, friends. I need to tell you a funny story. As I'm working, I'll tell you a funny story. So years ago, I've had a very different, background career-wise. So out of college, I went to work for AT&T and worked there for 8 years. So big corporate America, lots of process, lots of structure. From there, I left and started a software company with 2 other guys. We did web-based software, which now everything is web-based software, but this was in 1999. So this was like bleeding edge to have web-based software back then. It was one of those things that if I knew then what I knew now, I never would have done it. I mean, it was a wonderful experience. We were very successful. I learned so much through the process, but we were just young. I mean, I was 30. Was I 30? 99, 60. I was 31. I was 31 years old. So really, I mean, you think you're invincible. You think you can do it all. And we did. It was very successful. it's just crazy to think what we did. I think when I say I wouldn't, if I knew then what I knew now, I'd probably talk myself out of doing it because the older you get, you're like more conservative and whatever. Anyhow, so we would, as we were starting, we would go out to, it was in the insurance sector, insurance vertical. We did, for like a middleman, I'll just say that, that's easy. So, we would train different insurance agencies on how to use our software. And so, I went out with some of our project managers that were new, to make sure that, they knew what they were doing as they were training. And, we go to somewhere in New Jersey, really small mom and pop place. Okay. Really small. Okay. I like that there. That's good. I like that there. Really small mom and pop shop. They had maybe 20 employees or something. And we went into their conference room and we're getting everything set up. We've got the projector and the screen and, everybody sits down and we turn off the lights and the projectors, projecting on the screen. And there's a woman I will never forget. Her name was Rose. Rose was a bit older. She'd probably worked there like 82 years. She wasn't that old, but she was older. And she's sitting next to me, and she is in the light that is shining on the screen. She's doing this. She's like batting at the air, and she keeps doing it. And I lean over and I'm like, Rose, is everything okay? And she says, what is that? What's the stuff all in the air? And I kind of look around because I'm like, really? And she's like, what is that? What are all those things flying in the air? And I'm like, Rose, those things are always in the air. It's just the light is illuminating them, like, dust and whatever in the air. And she was blown away. And I'm like, okay. So we go through the training, and it's about half day. Training's over, and second part of the day is you'd go to each employee at their desk and make sure they could log in and felt comfortable navigating their way around the website and all of that. So I go with Rose. Okay, this is total squirrel moment, obviously. I don't have scatter out either. So I go and sit with Rose, and where is he? Where is he? I don't know where he went. Anyhow, oh, here he is. And so I go and sit with Rose because I think, oh boy, I better probably not put one of the new people, I'm 31, younger new people with her because they might not. Anyhow, so I go sit with her, and she has her mouse and she's doing this. Like she's jamming her mouse up into the very corner of her cubicle. And she's like so frustrated. And I'm like, Rose, what's wrong? And she goes, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. And it wasn't uncommon to run into people that were resistant to change. And I think that's what she's talking about. She said, this isn't going to work. I need a bigger desk. My boss is going to have to get me a bigger desk. And I'm like, a bigger desk? Why? And she's like, because it's not big enough for this thing to get the thing on my screen where it needs to go. And I'm like, oh, Rose. Like little movements like this, So yes, Wanda, that reminds me, when you say you need a bigger desk, that's my story about Rose thinking she needed a bigger desk. All right, back to the task at hand, just the facts. So now we were going to do this. We were going to do in the news, maybe about right there. I think let's do it. Let's do it in our black again. Ooh, Scrapbook Sister said, my plan is to redo my room over the 4th holiday. Oh, fun. And you know what? Sometimes, here's the thing. Redoing your room, even if you think like your living room, sometimes redoing your room is simply rearranging the furniture. And in a craft room, it may be redoing your room is just reorganizing things and moving the paper where you normally have the printer or, doing different things like that. So, as I talked about earlier, that's a lot. I was doing that for hours last night and I was having so much fun. Nick was out of town and I had some wine in here and I'm listening to the music and Reggie's hanging out with me and just kind of reorganizing and organizing things. So a lot of times you don't need a new space. You don't need new furniture. You don't need a new craft space. Sometimes, oh golly, I know what I just did there. So it's not quite in the center. And I probably wanted to go up a little bit higher too. Oh well, not quite in the center. The reason it's not quite in the center, look what I did. look at how I placed the stamp on my stamping block. And then I centered the stamping block. I did not center the stamp. That's okay. No one will know, right? No one will know. And if they know and they look at that, well, guess what? I don't care. I don't care. Ain't nobody got time for that, right? We don't have time for that. All right, so in the news, and then now I know, because I went a little bit lower than I wanted to. Now I know I have to put something up there. So what do we put up there? Oh, maybe this little guy. Maybe just a little speech bubble thing. Let's see what that might look like up there. And because I've tested it over here, I can then see if I like it there. Actually, it fits rather well above that stamp. So let's do that. It's like it was meant to go with it. It wasn't. I know that sounds funny. Oh, look at that. It's like it was meant. I mean, obviously it was meant, it's part of the stamp set, but it really was not designed to fit in all those little nooks and crannies. In the news. It's a little small, but that's okay. It works. It works. Okay, so now we need, I still wish I'd gone higher, but that's okay. We need just a little bit of a separator here. Just a little bit. I know this is going to drive me nuts because it's off center and too low. But not drive me nuts enough to redo it. Not enough to redo it. So what if we put, we probably better put one of these here too, just to help balance it out. I use my little ruler often. All right, there we go. And so I will end up writing now my in the news things. All right. Oh, it's way out of my comfort zone, but that's okay. All right. So, like I said, I never, ever, ever, I make it a practice to never, draw a box around it. I could. Hey, let's do that. That's a great idea, Pamela Grant. Like a little box, right? Like a little box like this. Let's do it. Then it will kind of echo what I did on the other page. Echo. I don't know. Oh, I'm just having issues all the ways around here because now I've made that other part of the line too wide. Oh, Lil. Okay. It's okay. We're not doing it over. We're not doing it over. Yeah. Guess what I'm going to do? You know how I'm going to fix that? I'm going to do a double box. We'll do a double box around. Okay? That's how we're going to fix it. Even though it's going to have that weird little line in it, we're going to do a double box. Oh my gosh, I could have just fixed it. Guess what I just did? I made that little box now too big. What am I even doing? I don't even know. Lordy friends, this is probably when it means it's time to call it because I'm just, who knows what I'm doing. We're not going to call it though. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. I have totally made such a mess of this. It's not even funny. Next thing you know, it's like, I'm going to do an 8-layer box. All right. Well, I've got all these weird lines in here. Okay. I'll fix that. I'll fix it later. Double box and color in. I could probably do that. Okay, there we go. Let's do this. Let's try to find that red color. And then we're going to make such a mess of it that you won't even know what the heck I did. Then you won't even know what the heck I did. All right, I'm going to grab a different, I'm not going to use Distress Oxides. I'm going to try to find that pinkish color, all right? So I'm now moving away from my ink swatches into my colored pencil swatches. Indian red, maybe. Seedless Preserves. Actually, I may go back. It may be Seedless Preserves, which is a distress. Burgundy, red violet, Seedless Preserves. Let's look. It's probably in the one I dropped. Seedless preserves. Okay, here we go. Seedless preserves. That it? It is. All right, and this is now this is the other reason. Now that I think about it, I'm not a huge purple fan, so that's not purple, but it's reading purple to me. Sure, let's do it. Oh golly, this thing's just a mess. My poor little title here. My poor little title is a mess. This will make it not stand out so much, or it'll make it really scream like who's the grape? Not Harold and the Purple Crown, not that one. Grape, something grape, right? What is that? Remember Harold and the Purple Crown? Crayon, not crown, crayon. Oh, that fixed one of them, didn't it? That's a good idea, Karen. Was it you that? I'll have to look again. There. Better. Gilbert. There we go. Gilbert. Gilbert and the purple grape. Yeah, is that what it is? Oh yes, much better. Oh, and now you know what we'll do? Now that we have this, we can usually, when I say we, I mean us collectively, you can help me. Figure something out, right? And then I think what I'll do is maybe add a little bit more of that purple right there in that line, just so it kind of, that line doesn't look so out of the way. Okay, it's helping. It's kind of helping a little bit, right? It's redeemed itself a little bit, but, and here's the thing, I guess. We don't have to love everything we do, right? We don't. What's eating Gilbert grape? Thank you. That's it. What's eating Gilbert grape? Did that have, was that, that was, Johnny Depp movie, wasn't it? What is it? Is it? Okay. All right. And you know what? You don't even really notice it that much anymore. What I might be able to do, I don't know, this could really muck things up bad now. Let's just look. I said muck, mess things up. Oh, there we go. Look at, So I just grabbed my little white gel pen. And I just kind of colored over it. Look it, you don't even see it now. Okay, we're good. We're good. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. All right, white gel pen to the rescue. Okay, now, since I use seedless preserves, we can get seedless preserve ink out, and that can be our bullet. Let's do it. Seedless preserves. Seedless preserves, and we're just going to do a super basic bullet here. We're just going to do, how about from the OG, the original Bullets and More. Basically, we're just going to have a bullet, a plain Jane old bullet. No, maybe we'll do a star. Let's do a star. Little star bullet. Wanda, you are all such a wealth of information. I know, I love it. I love it when everybody is here and inputting and saying, hey, do this, or hey, try this, or telling your stories, or whatever it is, right? That's what makes it so fun. All right. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Who knew? Seedless preserves. Seedless preserves for the win. Who knew? Because, I'm not a purple fan, but it's just exactly what we needed here. It's exactly what we needed. So what's on your agenda for the rest of the weekend? Do you have plans? And your plan could be just to sit on the couch all day and eat bonbons and watch Bridgerton. That's absolutely okay. What are you thinking for the weekend? I'm thinking that, I have a list. I have a list, and I have a list for Nick too. We know that now, don't we? On the list is, we need to go to Trader Joe's and need to go to, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to write my list directly on here, which I don't do often. I am going to Trader Joe's. I need some new flowers. And I think I want to have like grilled steak or something tonight, and artichoke and like an arugula salad. That I thought sounded really good dinner. And then we also have to go to the Deseret Industries, and it's like the Salvation Army. So got a whole bunch of stuff I need to take there. So anyhow, that's what my plan is for today. Well, how about you guys? What's your plan? I'm going to put these little guys right there. What do you plan for today? Nancy is sewing a patriotic quilt. I love that. That's so fun. You should post that in the Facebook group, Nancy. I'd love to see it. Sarah's going to a friend's butterfly themed tea tomorrow. That is so fun. Karen, is it calling your name? It would be calling my name. Carolyn said, I have a half gallon of mint chocolate chip ice cream awaiting me in the freezer. It would be calling my name. If I had that in the freezer, I would have been gone a long time ago, I got to tell you. Ms. L, grocery shopping, laundry, rest, and relaxation. Good for you. Scrapbook assistant wants to take a nap, but she needs to prep for a scrap crop next weekend. That'll be fun. Pamela just got back from seeing Fiddler on the Roof play in person. How fun. How fun. All right. So things on our list in the news for the month of May. Again, I'm just going to the facts, right? Campus protests over the Israel, I know that's not how you pronounce it, but phonetically, Israel Hamas war. Where'd my little guy go? Oh, here it is. It rolled away on me. Okay. Next up on my list of in the news things. Arizona. Repeals in 1864 abortion ban. So clearly there are more things on my list than photos, right? That's okay. I don't always have, I rarely have all the photos for what's on my list. Miss USA and Miss Teen USA relinquished their titles. It's odd for me to when I write something and then I am silent because they're not silent very often here. To me, it's weird just if I'm working and there's no noise. So, but with this one, obviously, I don't do any kind of commentary. The Boy Scouts rebrand as Scouting America. And this next one I am going to give commentary on because it's the most incredible thing that I've ever seen in my life. Solar storm hit the earth, equaling northern lights at latitudes far lower than usual. And that is this photo of mine. I was sick. I'd been sick for like a week and it was 10:30 at night and Nick said, get in the car, we're going on an adventure. And we drove and stayed out until 2 a.m. and saw the Northern Lights. And it was, honestly, it's something I will never forget. It's been on my bucket list forever. And I always thought I'd have to travel very far to maybe see them, right? To maybe see them. And there you are, 40 minutes from our house. So that was amazing, and that is probably the only time you'll hear me commentate on anything in the news related. But I in there because I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say maybe, I don't know, maybe that's controversial to someone, but that's very personal to me because that was, yes. Okay. All right. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. The Dow tops 40,000. For those of you that are watching from other countries besides the US, the Dow Jones is our stock market, and that was 40,000 was a record high. The president of Iran dies in a helicopter crash. I'm liking this seedless preserve, this purple. Who knew? Who knew? It's a good one. It's a good color. Red Lobster. Files chapter 11. Chapter 11, bankruptcy. I read something, and this is just fact. Well, I don't know if this is facts or not, but I read something that said, "Oh, hello, Reggie. You stretching now after 4 hours?" That they had done a promotion, I don't know, last year or last couple of years, where it was all you can eat shrimp, and then that was kind of I don't know if it was the last straw or whatever it was, but that was theoretically, I guess, a big part of why. I don't know. Former President Trump found guilty on 34 counts related to falsifying business records. And there you go. That is what I have on my list for in the news for May. Although that photo was my own, both of those photos, that's image, I just found on Google and saved them to my camera roll on my phone and then printed them out. So obviously, well, I guess I shouldn't say obviously, that could be a newspaper that I had. That is my photo, but anyhow, those two, that's how I usually get all my photos from in the news, is to just go to Google and search for whatever it is, and then find something that will kind of work in either the color palette, although not really color palette here, but find something that will work in generally like the orientation. Probably more so the orientation than what I am going to do. So Cindy said, am I going to stamp May on the top? Probably not. I think what I will do is I'll just do this. May 2024. There, I just kind of put it right on top of that little line. Alrighty, friends, there we go. Wow, that turned out totally differently than I thought. You guys helped saved it, because for a bit there it was like, oh my goodness, how in the world are we going to figure this out? How are we going to figure this out? Yeah, Lisa said she loves that color. That seedless preserve, I mean, it actually worked really well with that, and it worked even really well with that. I did not know that that seedless preserve could be such a pretty color. I should not poo-poo the purples. Oh, it's not that one. Okay, hang on. All right, so now I'm gonna just take a few secs, and that sounded odd. A few seconds. I'm gonna take a few seconds here, friends. Gotta be careful about abbreviating words. I'm gonna take a few seconds, and I am going to just clean these things up, and guess what? We have one more list to do still. And I want to do it, so I'm going to do it. If you want to hang out with me and still play, then you can. Nick's still napping, I think, so he's probably not real excited about to-do lists that I have for him today. So we'll keep going. We will keep going. All right, oopsie. So our next list, as I'm kind of cleaning some things up here, our last list for today is shows I wish would come back. Okay, shows I wish would come back. And you know what, Wanda? Wanda just said, thanks for holding it up, Lael. I took a picture of it. I try to remember to hold up the lists. I think I usually remember to hold up the lists the next time when I'm showing you the lists from, the prior week. Oh, I want to say that. I think I wanted to use that one. Let's see. But here we go. There we go. In the news for May. And then while we're doing this, we might as well do that one. That is my happy place. And then that is things I learned this month. Okay, next list is shows I wish would come back. Oh, wouldn't this be fun if we could decide which shows came back? So I'm curious, what would be on your list of shows that you wish would come back? And it could be movies. If there, maybe it's Star Wars. Maybe you love Star Wars and you wish there was a Star Wars 28. I don't know how many Star Wars there are now, but or Toy Story. Maybe you love Toy Story and you wish they would do a Toy Story 5. Or which shows or movies or do you wish would come back? All right. So not much to clean up on that one, except for the stamp. Okay. So my thought was, now I'm going to show you what a great artist I am. Here is my sketch for our next list. How about that? See, you had no idea I was that talented, did you? I know you didn't. I know you didn't. So this is what I was thinking in my mind. All of these little things. See these things? This is what I was envisioning using was this paper. But now you can see it, right? That and then those little things. That's what I'm envisioning. So we'll see if this happens, right? We'll see if this happens. The other thing that I knew I wanted to pull out, these are die cuts from Ellie's studio. One of these says, this was pretty awesome. And I thought that might be kind of fun because the reason I want them to come back is because they were pretty awesome, right? So let's see. Oh, love this season could kind of work, right? Because it's kind of like a season of a show. Or favorite, this was the best. Or this was pretty awesome. So I've got a couple of options here, right? You are loved. That could work too, right? So look at how funny. In that pack, I had originally thought this was pretty awesome. But any of those, love this season, you are loved, favorite, this was the best, or this was pretty awesome. So let's see what we end up going with. Because I have options now. I have options. Let's see. Karen said I did a list the other day called Movies I Want to Watch Again. Yes, that would be good. Movies I want to watch again. Books I want to read again. Great suggestion, Karen. Jamie Bossman said, Jamie said Dr. Quinn. I know Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, right? But have never seen it. Is that with Jane Seymour? Oh, Sarah said she heard they're actually doing a Toy Story 5. Wanda said Hawaii 5-0. Pam, I know I knew there was a reason I liked you, my friend. Both Schitt's Creek and Ted Lasso are on my list over here. Karen said Dallas, Falcons Crest, Knots Landing, Melrose Place. Melrose Place, I loved it, Karen. I loved that one. Scrapbook said there are a lot of Star Wars shows, and they are working on a Toy Story, right? Battle of the Network Stars. They tried to do a reboot, but it just wasn't the same. Moonlighting. Sarah, I loved Moonlighting. And you know what? That just made me think of something. You know which one I wish would come back? The Love Boat. I loved The Love Boat. I really loved The Love Boat. I won't sing it. I won't break into a rendition of The Love Boat. You guys don't want me to do that. Okay. So my title will be over here. Shows I wish would come back. And then this is purely going to be decorative on this side. It's going to be decorative like with this. You know what? I think that's probably what it's going to be. I think I like the pink. Love this season. I mean, it works, but it's just kind of plain. And this was pretty awesome. I don't know. I like it, but it's just the wrong color. So I think I'm going to go with I'm going to, I'm going to go with You Are Loved. Hi, Louisa. Yes, we're still going. I know, we're on our last list. We're on our last one. So now what I need to figure out is with this piece of paper, how I want to cut it, because let's just kind of do our little mask thing again here. That's what it would look like if I go there. And if You Are Loved goes there, that kind of works, right? But it's totally going to change if I go here, right? Or if I totally cut this paper up and go like this and go like this and go like this. So now we're just kind of, since we're working with the 12 by 12 paper, since that's kind of our only option. Ooh, I kind of like that, but I think I liked where I started with. If you're working with 12 by 12 and you're trying to figure out which part of the piece you want, just grab some white cardstock and mask it off so you can get a feel. But I kind of liked that corner there. So the paper I am using is from Vicky's, I think it's called a mixed media paper pad. It is paper from multiple different collections of hers. So I need 4 3/4 by 8. And it goes with the 4 mixed media packs, Artist, Soul, Nature, and Travel. So you've got papers in that paper pad that work with all 4 of those mixed media packs. All right, so now I am going to grab that Artist, or Old Soul, not Soul. I'm going to grab the Artist Ephemera pack. Oh, look this is funny. This is actually, hold on, let me just get a tray here. This will be a lot easier if I put these things on a tray. This is kind of that same pattern. This is this is a sheet of washi. So it is a full washi sheet that I could do this with, right? I mean, I could just do that and put that there. Oh, you know what? I like that. I think I need to go with that. I just like all of that stuff going on. So, like I said, this is a full washi sheet. Let me trim this to 8. So I'm not using the pattern paper. 8. I'm using this washi sheet. So I'm not quite sure. I'm going to try this. We're going to try this. Marilee, there's a channel called Me TV and it has all old school shows. I record Brady Bunch and Love Boat every Sunday. Me TV, where do you find that? Marilee, how do you find that? Me TV, I need to be all over that. Brady Bunch, guess what? Brady Bunch is on my list. Also on my list over here to the right or left. So, okay, oh my gosh. Okay, you guys could all see that coming. I know you could see that coming as I was doing that. You're like, don't unwrap that. Don't unroll that. Don't unroll that, Leo. All right, I know how I should have done that now. I should have done it like it was wallpaper and just revealed a little bit at a time. Reggie, hi. Thank you. Thank you. Look what he brought me. He's hunting. He's hunting. He's hunting air pillows, and this is what he just brought me. Good boy, Reg. Thank you. All right, so let's try this. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm going to put part of this back on and see if, that's how I should have done it, right? Let's get this down here and see. That is where it's going to be. Okay, now I can peel this out. Okay, second time's a charm, friends. Second time is a charm. So now, oh, maybe. Well, we'll get there, don't worry. Nobody panic. As my friend Karen, different Karen, says, nobody panic. Yeah, I'm not straight. Okay, there's definitely a better way to do this. The good thing is, I guess, is because it's washi paper that it can kind of pull back off. So let's try this again. Let's try this again. It's like a giant sticker. Let's try this again. Maybe I should try it at the top this time. Okay, so I just put it back down on the sheet. I might, since I pulled that up, I might need to mess with it a little bit. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Hello. Hello there, Reggie. That was hilarious. Like he, from the ground, literally just jumped up. And this is, so Reggie's an indoor cat. If you're not familiar with cats, well, cats like to hunt. And because he's an indoor cat, there's really nothing for him to hunt. And so that's what he hunts. He hunts bubble envelopes. He hunts air packing things. And when animals, cats, if they're hunting, okay, I gotta turn, no, if they're hunting, they like to bring their humans, whatever they hunt, because that's their way of showing love. Okay, so Reggie is showing me lots of love. But that was funny. He literally from the ground jumped right there. That startled me. Okay, so I started all over again. I had pulled that off. I peeled back a little bit of the backer. And now that it's straight, I am going to, like it is wallpaper, okay? Have you ever hung wallpaper and you do that? That's how I'm doing that. There we go. That just took a little trial and error. Just a little bit of trial and error. But you know what? It's awesome now. Home improvement. Benson and Soap. Oh my gosh, right. Me TV. Okay. Marilee, I need to make a little note of that. Me TV. I'll make a mental note. You are loved. You are loved. I don't know. It might just go right there. You are loved. We'll see. All right. Let's think about my title on the other side. So, ooh, yes, please. We won't use yes, please, but yes, please works too, doesn't it? All right. Shows I wish would come back. So I want to emphasize the word shows. Emphasize the word shows. Kind of a big title there. You know what I might do again? I might just do the same thing here with that. Because I kind of have this little graph or grid pattern there. I'm going to that one again. I have a feeling you're going to see me use quite a bit of the graph, the new grid paper. Grid paper, graph paper, I don't remember what I called it. I do not remember. Okay. Grid. I think it's called grid. Grid paper. Cagney and Lacey. All right, what we're going to end up doing is, though, we will ink the edges. We're going to ink the edges. I don't think I ever saw Cagney and Lacey. This is one of those things, like you could have the start of a list off to the side, and then you'd be like, oh my gosh, oh yeah, I forgot, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I wish I had one of the new stamp sets that's coming out next month. Oh, I wish. I'll have them in a week. It'd be perfect for the title, but I don't have it yet, so I won't do that. Well, I wouldn't use it then anyway, because, you know, I think what I'll do is, I think I will use this set. These are the classic block, the Paper House Alpha Book classic block. I used these on my Why I Like to List last week, or 2 weeks ago. I use it again. So my word is shows. So S. Before I start, always a good idea to make sure I have what I need. I need 2 S's. I need an H. I know I have a W. There's a W. I need an H. I need an H. I can hear Reggie. And an O. I'm good. Okay. So always good idea to double check before you start and get too far down the path, especially before you actually adhere. So I am pulling off the letters, and I'm going to, actually, I don't I'm going to still do this because this is my habit. I am going to line them up on my ruler. S. So if I line them up on my ruler, then my chances of having them straight are much greater. But then there's another trick when I have them on my ruler. So they're just a little bit on my ruler, just a little bit on the bottom, or top, excuse me, S-H-O. I love the scale of these. I love how big these are, how tall. I like that they're tall and skinny. Tall and skinny. A tall drink of water. They're a tall drink of water. Oh, I shouldn't be doing, well, you can see, I'm just pulling them off over here. Make sure. Oh yeah, I have room still. I still have room. Quantum Leap. Oh, I don't know that one either. Wonder Woman. Yes, I loved Wonder Woman. Cindy, I need to add to my list. Wonder Woman, the $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman. Bionic Woman. Yep. Steve. His name was Steve something, and her name was Lindsay. Oh no, her name was Lindsay in real life, I think. And maybe his was too. I mean, maybe his was Steve. I don't know. Okay. So, shows, and then I'll have to write underneath it. So let's see. I'm pretty even. That's the other thing I do before I stick them down. I can move everything around to make sure it's in the right spot. Do I want it to go vertical? Do I want it to go horizontal? If I want it to go horizontal, this is a really easy way to make sure that you are centered. So I think it's good there. That looks pretty good. And then press down. Ooh, my W is a little, it's overlapping. That's okay. I'm overlapping a tad. My O, I need to fix my O because it's way overlapping. It's a little crooked there. So if I was my tweezers, where would I be now after this many hours of playing? Suzanne Summers. Suzanne Summers. Suzanne Summers. No. Suzanne Summers was Three's Company. Not Jamie Summers, Steve Austin and Jamie Summers. There we go. Steve Austin and Jamie Summers. So you know what's cool? If you are like, I don't even know that show. Like, what is $6 Million Man? Well, that may be something that you go look and find it. And then you watch it. There we go. Okay. All right, so straight-ish, and now they're stuck up there. So all I'm going to do is gently roll my ruler out from underneath. Okay, shows, and that font actually works really well with the You Are Loved because look at, it's kind of like the same thing, right? Shows, I wish would come back. I wish would come back. Shows I wish would come back. Now we need to pull in some pink over here, right? Because we've got pink here. We've got this beautiful bright pink. I think that maybe, let's see, which pink should we grab? Kitsch Flamingo maybe? Battlestar Galactica, Mentalist. All right, where are we? Kitsch Flamingo. Oh no, picked raspberry. Picked raspberry. We're gonna bring in a lot of bright pink to ink those edges. Picked raspberry. Picked raspberry. Where did the little handle go? Oh my goodness. It is a mess in here. There it is. I have like every ink color known to man out. Oh, I already got it. Oh no. This is what I need. My brain is starting to fade. My brain is starting to fade. Yes, I will for sure understand. I will for sure underline the title. 100%. Because it's going to need some kind of separator before I start writing, right? And I know what I'll probably do too. I'll probably, do a double underline, and then I'll probably, in between the two lines, color it in with this to bring in just a little bit more color too. All right. Keith and the Partridge Family. It's fun. So when people start coming, like, you guys are listing or, you know, talking about what the shows would be. And then it sends you down a path, doesn't it? Sends you down a path. Like I just went down the, when I saw Partridge Family, I just went down the path of 8 is enough. I don't know why. 8 is enough. Oh yes, Happy Days, Chachi. How about then Joni Loves Chachi? Scott Baio, right? Joni Loves Chachi was a spinoff. And then Chachi, Scott Baio, Charles in Charge. Remember Charles? And he was kind of like the nanny. Charles in Charge. The Monkees. Laverne and Shirley. That's what I miss, Wanda. I miss those. Laverne and like Thursday night. It was like Tuesday night. Maybe it was Tuesday night. I don't remember whether it was Thursday night or Tuesday night. But it was Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley. I always loved Laverne and Shirley because Laverne wore the big L on her sweater, and I always thought, when I grow up, I'm going to wear big L's on my sweaters. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever worn an L on my sweater. Not there's anything wrong with that, but I was very enamored with her big L's. Her big cursive L's on her sweater, remember? All right, and then what was Squiggy? Remember Squiggy? Louisa, I saw Scott Baio at Magic Mountain. Oh my gosh, okay. All right, shows I wish would come back. Let's do, I have a little bit of, clearly I have a little bit of pink on my, okay, hold on. I need to put this away because I've got pink on there now. Good clean shows, right? Although someone, I don't know, a few months back it seems, we were talking about Laverne and Shirley, and someone said they weren't allowed to watch Laverne and Shirley because they worked in a brewery. So good clean shows, but for some people, right? If you weren't allowed to watch it because you're in a brewery, then maybe it wasn't clean. Yes, Lenny in Breaking Bad. Yes, Lenny in really a lot in Better Call Saul, right? Saul's brother, Charles. All right, so what was I doing? What was I doing, friends? I was putting that away because something was going to happen. And then I started thinking I need more color in here. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so I got a little bit of pink, some pink somewhere. I would really like to add some color into this over on this side. And maybe what I'll do is, one of the things I did last night was, hang on. So I purged, not last night, but when I had my craft room redone, I purged my washi. I probably got rid of, an embarrassing amount of washi. It was a lot. And so I had the washi that I kept just in bags. And so I kind of organized it last night. So I think maybe what I'll do is add a little bit of, I said I need to add some color. In comes the black washi. I think maybe we'll just add a little bit of this black washi here. All of this washi is very old. I couldn't tell you, for the most part, I couldn't even tell you who made it or where it came from. Ooh, that didn't quite go to the end. Okay, so if that is there, that's gonna really bug me that it didn't go to the end. Let's just pretend. Can we make it go to the end? Can we just add another little piece over it and no one will know? Okay, let's see here. I loved Better Call Saul. Louisa also loved Laverne and Shirley because of, Louisa L. Oh yeah, no one will know. We'll just put that there. You can kind of tell, but that's okay. Just a little bit. All right, so, now interesting, because that's acetate. That's a clear piece of acetate. Look what happens when I put it down. It totally gets lost. I don't know, that doesn't really go there. That doesn't go there either. It looks like a big eyeball. All right, I'm not going to use any of those, but I would like something there. I would really like something there. So let me see now. Let's look in all of that stuff and see what we might work in. You are loved. We need some color. We need some color. Yes, making the world more colorful. We need color over here. No, that has nothing to do with what we're doing. Let's look, let's look, let's look, let's look, let's look, let's look. Oh, what about, okay, here's some options. We have this big strip here. Oh, we have the hearts. I don't know, I feel like maybe this strip would be fun. Let's try it. Let's have a big old strip. This is also washi tape, right? It's also washi tape, and we know what happened before when I tried the washi tape. Is that wide enough? I think that should be wide enough. Let me move this out of the way. We're bringing all the color in. Oh yes, I remember now. Yikes, that's really thick. All right, I'm gonna trim this down. I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna make it narrower. What, Rex? What are you trying to get in there? All right. Taking my trimmer, taking the strip of washi, I'm going to line it up so it's straight on this edge. And I'm going to, you have to make that sound when you do that. So I just made it the width that I wanted. Oh, and now actually it's just, the way that I did that, it's just like so happens to be the exact same width of the other piece, which I didn't want. Because now it's just like a big bar. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so now we've kind of added a little bit more color there. You Are Loved is just going to sit kind of right down there. And let's look. We also had, I got sidetracked, but these were kind of fun, I thought. These were kind of fun. These little splatters. These are also washi. What if we did a pink splatter over here? What are you doing? Pink splatter. We'll just tuck that back in. All right, shows I wish would come back. That works. It works. Okay, now let's do our little underline here. I'm gonna have one heck of a mess to clean up later, I tell you that. I tell you what, one heck of a mess to clean up later. Shows I wish would come back. I feel like I need to just go ahead and adhere this in because I keep kind of coming back to it. Keep setting it off to the side and then putting it back. Alrighty. I know I'm so tempted right now to say, let's just finish the rest next week, but I'm not going to because we're so close. We are so close. All right, You Are Loved. Now, what I need is, I think, this is gonna need a little bit more. I think I'll get my list done and then I may need to, this may be one that I need to sit with for a week and then come back to it. What I am going to do though, I am, because you know, oh, I know that's part, oh, okay, a couple things. First of all, I did not round those corners, which normally I do. I am outlining this side and I'm using a special marker to do that. Because I am writing on washi, it kind of has a slick surface, right? So I don't want to use a regular pen on that. I've used a photo signature pen. So that pen is designed to write on slick surfaces, like photo paper. But then when I get back over here, I just use my regular Sharpie because it's just, you know, regular paper. And then we'll just kind of leave a little break there. All right, shows I wish would come back. On my list of shows that I wish would come back, I remembered I wanted to do something with the little TV. Hey, all right, I have an idea. I kept the little TV out. I don't know if this will work. We're gonna have to, we'll pretend. We're going to play. I am going to test this on the purple one. I don't know if this will work on the washi. So we're gonna test it with the purple and we'll see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna let that sit for a minute, but I would really like to do that right there. I think that would be really fun to put that little TV on there. So we'll see. I'm gonna let it sit though, because it might need to dry. And I don't know what I don't know. Oh, I'm a dummy. Okay, so here's the thing I should have done, friends. I did not, this whole sheet, this whole piece is washi. So I could have just done that to test it and not ruined my purple one, but that's okay. Not ruined, not tested it on my purple one. All right. I need a bullet, actually. Maybe we should just totally embrace the color. Maybe my bullet should be like this color, which I think is evergreen bough. Let's see. Evergreen bough. Hey, that's pretty close. Let's see. Maybe if we do that, and then we're just getting all in the color. All in the color on this one. We're embracing the color. And then I think I'll just do a regular plain old bullet. Or, this is what else I could do. What if I could do, maybe I'll do the TV instead of there, maybe I'll do the TV as the bullet. How about that? It's a large bullet, but it would still work. So that TV is from the In the News 2 stamp set. Let's just see. Oh, I didn't dry that, so it might look a little odd to start. It kind of works. Sure, it'll be fine. I mean, I could use like cracked pistachio, but I think cracked pistachio is too light. You know what would be fun? I wonder. Okay, hang on. Hang on. What about the citron one? Twisted citron. Twisted. Let's see. Let's see if that, I don't know, that'd be pretty bright, but we're pretty bright already. We're pretty bright in here. I mean, we've got lots of brightness going on, so let's see. Let's see. Louisa loves evergreen bough. Let's see what happens. Let's see what we think about Twisted Citron. I don't know. You might not really be able to see it very well. Let's just see. Right up here. I mean, you can see it. It's kind of 80s that way. I think let's do it. Let's use Twisted Citron. We're just going to embrace the brightness. Embrace the brightness. There we go. Shows I wish would come back. All right, on my list, in no particular order. Shows I wish would come back. Number one, I just said, in no particular order, although this, honestly, I loved this show so much. Schitt's Creek. I think I'll have to write a little bit larger than I normally do just because the little TV icon's a little bit bigger. Schitt's Creek, 100%. I loved Schitt's Creek. Also on my list, Friends. Also on my list, starting with an F, Friday Night Lights. I loved Friday Night Lights. Probably. I think that's probably when the boys were in high school and playing football. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Friday Night Lights. I loved Friday Night Lights. And what's his name? You know, the coach. What's his name? I don't remember his name, but yeah. He was also in Bloodline. Schitt's Creek, Friends, Friday Night Lights. This Is Us. Hello. Yes, 100%. Loved This Is Us. So sad when it was over. Isn't it weird how we get so like involved in fake characters' lives, right? I mean, I guess that's, you know, like soap operas and everything. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. Better not say that. Yellowstone. Now, here's the thing. Apparently, and of course, I made my list yesterday, things on my list. And then this morning I saw something that said Yellowstone is coming back in November. But then apparently without, well, I knew this. I think this is why I didn't think it was coming back. But it's without, you know, what's his name? You know, what's his name? I don't remember what's his name. But you know, what's his name? Sutton. John Sutton. But I know that's his pretend name on the show. But, oh my gosh, I can't remember. Anyhow. Yes, the show's coming back, but without him. Oh, Ted Lasso. Kevin Costner. No, Ted Lasso is next on my list. I know John Sutton is not Ted Lasso. Thank you, Kevin Costner, Sarah. Sarah, thank you. Ted Lasso. I love Ted Lasso. Oh my gosh, the guy. See, this is how you know when I start getting tired. My brain, the words do not want to come. The words just are holding out on me. The one guy that swore a lot, that said the F word a lot, he was so funny. I liked him. The Brady Bunch. Okay, now here's the thing. The Brady Bunch. For the Brady Bunch to come back, it would have to be like the Bradys as they were when it ended, like in the 70s. It couldn't be like the Bradys now, because that just wouldn't, you know, it wouldn't be the same. It would have to be like, you know, the new Brady Bunch. Louisa, I totally forgot about. Okay, hold on. The Love Boat, also on my list. I liked Fantasy Island, but it always scared me. It was always scary. It was always fun, and they're landing on the island, and they're having drinks, and everyone's so happy. And then it got all scary, and then it would turn out okay in the end. Family Ties. I loved Family Ties. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm like 8. I'm off 1. No, I'm not. Family Ties. I loved Family Ties. Now what's funny? I'm sure there's a whole bunch. Roy Kent. Thank you. Hi, Melissa. Nice to see you. Is your daughter there with you too? If she is, please tell her hello. Well, she can hear me. Hello, daughter. Okay. I don't remember what. Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, Karen, that's, I just remember Nellie. Remember Nellie, Mean Nellie? Mean Nellie. Seinfeld, right? Seinfeld. Scrapbook Sister. Okay, so I wasn't the only one who was scared by Fantasy Island. Yes, I know. It was just, it did. I think when I was a kid, you know what else scared me a little bit too was Moonlighting. Oh no, you know what? Robert Wagner. What was that show with Robert Wagner and his wife? I mean, I don't think it was his wife in real life. That one scared me too. You know what? This is funny. Donnie and Marie. I loved the Donnie and Marie show. That was always on Saturday. I think before the Lawrence Welk show. I didn't like the Lawrence Welk show. I like Donnie and Marie though. Heart to Heart, yes. I loved Heart to Heart, but Heart to Heart scared me too. I don't know. I mean, these all came out probably when I was in like a tween. So some of them were just a little bit scary. The Gong Show. Karen, the Gong Show, right? Oh, Donnie Marie Friday. I love Donnie and Marie. Because, you know, they were from Utah. But I liked Donnie and Marie when we lived in Texas, so I guess it didn't mean. I guess when my parents said we're moving to Utah, I got excited because Donnie and Marie were from there. Lawrence Welk, yeah, not my favorite show. And you know what else was on? Hee Haw. Okay, I think it was Hee Haw, then Lawrence Welk, then Love Boat, and then Fantasy Island. That was the Saturday night lineup. But I didn't like Lawrence Welk. All right, I had one more. I had one more that was running through my head, and now I don't remember what it was. I don't remember. So guess what? That means that means it's my list. I'm going to add one more thing because I have kind of this blank space here. I loved the Carol Burnett show, Sarah. I loved the Carol Burnett show, and she'd tug on her ear. And you know what? When I said tug on her ear, I just went like that, tugged on my ear. All right, this is it. This is it. I am going to put one more thing here, a little black word strip sticker. I don't know what it's going to say. I'm going to find one. Live your dreams with passion. Well, I could dream. Da, 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 da. Be original. Most of these were original, right? Oh, look here's perfect. Give out what you most want to come back. Now, that's perfect because these are the things I want to come back, although it doesn't make sense that I'm giving out. So give out what I'm going to do this. Give out what you most want to come back. That's kind of funny. So let's do this. And we'll do this here. Give out what you most want to come back. My shows. All right. So now I'm just going to do my little date over here. This would be June 2024. And we are done. We're done. Yeah. Actually, no. Yeah. No, we're not. I think I saw somewhere in here, were there some hearts on here? There were. We need to add a heart right here. Let's see. I think a black heart because, although we're going to run into the black, let's see what happens. Now this is washi on washi, so it might not work as well. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. You are loved. Shows I wish would come back. Oh my gosh. Okay, friends. Oh, I haven't even talked about prizes today. Holy cow. I totally forgot to talk about prizes. All right, let's make it easy. We're going to make the prizes easy today. The prizes today, these are always a popular one. Basically, I'm going to flip the camera. Hang on. There we go. Prizes today are two. Ooh, yikes. Two prizes. Both are the same price. And how about a $25 little shopping spree on the website? So $25, buy whatever you want. You pick your prize. And so the way that you participate in the prizes is leave a comment on the video when it's over. So once it's over, you have between now, when it's over, and 2 weeks from now, because that will be the next time we're together, that first weekend in July. Leave a comment on the video when it's over. Just tell me a show you wish would come back. How about that? Just tell me a show you wish would come back, or a movie, or a book, or a character, or whatever it is. So leave that in a comment on the video once it's over, and when we're together in 2 weeks, I will win 2 random lucky people to win each a $25 gift code, whatever, coupon code to use on the website. Woo, that was a lot, you guys. We did a lot today. We got 4 lists done, so we powered through and we got them done. Always fun. I always love our Saturdays, so thank you, thank you, thank you. I always say I would not be playing if you guys weren't here, so thank you for giving me a place to play. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing. Let's see what's coming next week. Next week, we are doing sorry, calendar's over there. We are doing a What's New Wednesday on the 26th. All right, so more new fun things to share. There's actually 4 new collections up on the website. Vicky's Bold and Bright, Jen Hadfield's Groovy Darlin', Maggie Holmes Forever Fields, and Paige Evans' Adventurous Travel Collection. So those collections went up on the website yesterday. So I'll do a What's New Wednesday this coming Wednesday, the 26th. We'll start to dig into those. I probably won't do all 4 of that one night because that's a lot. Also next week on Thursday the 27th, if you do the bi-monthly Traveler's Notebook kits with me, Thursday the 27th, we will be doing the July Traveler's Notebook setup. So I'll send out a reminder probably Tuesday of next week. So just kind of make sure you have that penciled in. And once again, we will not be listing next Saturday, the 29th, but we will be listing the first Saturday in July. Sorry about that. My calendar's got me a little confused over there. Woo, that's a lot, friends. Thank you. Thank you again for joining me. Just check out the chat really quick. Yes, hit the like button, hit the thumbs up if you have not already. You guys enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We won't be together again until after the 4th, right? I think we're together again on the 6th. So if you celebrate the 4th of July, if you're in the U.S., our Independence Day, have a wonderful, safe 4th of July. And I hope to see you here on the 6th for more creative listing fun. Thanks for watching, friends. Bye-bye.